All right, another stream, another day. Another day while I set this stuff up. All right, what are we gonna listen to today? Do we want to listen to like, gotta get Spotify up. And then we gotta put on some non-copyright music for the chat. Although I'd rather play non-copyright music, but then the whole stream will go down, so RIP to that. All right, we gotta go copyright music playlist. Let's put on the shuffle. Let's see who's all in the chat this early in the morning. The sun's like directly in my face right now. You guys obviously can't see, but yeah, it's like directly in my face. Let's see if the volume is like loud enough. We gotta activate the EX burst, activate the mobile suit arena. Hello. Howdy, howdy. Kazul, love battle. How's it going? A fan messaged me while I was trying to get some sleep, and then my fiance sent me like those like 5-minute long voice messages, and so that basically woke me up, and now I'm here on stream with you guys. I was gonna save this for tomorrow, but I guess I'll be streaming today. Probably stream tomorrow as well, but might be a YouTube video. I want to make some videos this week if I can. I need some thumbnails to come out. Alright, let me order some Starbucks while everybody else gets in here. You guys can let me know how your early morning is going, or if you guys are from the other part of the world, how your night is going. Let me order some Starbucks so I can have some hydration, some energy. Alright, orders, Starbucks. So, strawberry frappuccino was really delicious. This refresher was not bad. I'm not gonna get the cookie crumble this time. I think I need something that is more sugary and less caffeine, less bitter. I haven't had any matcha stuff at all. Is the music and the volume of me speaking all good, or do I need to adjust the song? You know what? I'm gonna get this caramel frappuccino stuff. Mocha blended pistachio. I haven't had pistachio in a long time. But I think I'm gonna get the caramel one. Let's add that to the pool. We got strawberry frappuccino, ribbon frappuccino, and then the refresher. Sounds good to me. Place my order of $24 for 3 large drinks. Allow. Alright. Order the drinks. Nobody else want to type in chat? We have 6 viewers. Only Kazul has typed so far. Maybe I'll put on a game. I'll build my Psycho Gundam deck a bit into the stream once we get to like 20-30 viewers. Right now, I'm gonna play some aggro. Some aggro, some aggro, some aggro. Mobile Suit Arena did get updated with the new cards preview. I'm lurking, but I'm sick. No! Dendel's sick. Get better, my guy. So I've been commenting in other YouTubers' comment section. Yo, morning. How is it going? It's bright and early right now. Why do I have 9 messages on Discord? What the hell happened? Oh, it's like it's a bot. Makes sense. Alright. We'll get into a game while more people tune in. Once my drinks get here in about 15 minutes, I'll start yapping. Double white base? We're going first. Any you guys been testing anything, opening any boxes? Looking forward to playing any decks now that you guys have access to playing and building decks on MSA. Beginner. See, this is why Corsica base should have been banned, because I have 2 in my hand, and now all of a sudden I can just spit out so many bodies turn after turn. It's unhealthy. An unhealthy amount. I guess to kill my Zaku here, that's nice. This card is really good. I commented on, I'm forgetting his name, but Wonder Boy, Boy Wonder, saying that Gundam Exia, the red one, is an excellent card. Okay, this is gonna be a slow game, so I'm interested in red, green, CB this set. 100%. I am undefeated with red, green, CB. Actually, well, I'm not undefeated. I am undefeated into aggro. I have lost a game into like super mega blocker slop. I love watching Witch from Mercury. Yes, Witch from Mercury. I need to watch season 2. I never watched it because I was watching the show when it was like first coming out. So I had to wait for season 2 to be released, and by the time season 2 came out, I was watching other things. And yeah, wasn't a fan of Soletta in the show, so that's probably what the main reason was for me not watching it. But I want to watch season 2 because apparently Guel gets even more of a glow up, and I'm definitely looking forward to Guel. So he plays 2 of those. Very powerful here. Very powerful indeed. I think I just want to go wide. Yeah, going wide is perfectly fine. Next turn I can just Gundam Amuro, kill the shields, take out 4 more shields, and then next turn I can Zeong Link once he wipes my board to reconstruct everything. He's gonna have to have all range attack and Kshatriya links and stuff. But I built up such a card advantage. I mean, so has he, but with double Corsica base, it's gonna be hard. My box event is this weekend. As you know, I stopped going to locals because of my situation, but I still play casually at home with my friends. I'm excited for Green Academy because, yes. Yeah, Academy's been fun. I know Stella has been playing it. Is gonna playtest it today, I believe, in person with proxies or something. Soletta has been Academy's fun. That's why I'm also looking forward to the SD Gundam set, because the SD Gundam set might give us a bunch of unique or tools to help existing archetypes. While GD05 is being stretched very, very thin, and I think while we might get very good LRs in GD05, I don't think it's gonna be like we're getting a lot of support for every single one of our favorite series. We're just getting like kind of like 1 card or so. Hopefully we get more, because I would be very happy if we got 2 LRs for like wing, or even 3, since it is a like wing set. I mean, not a wing set, but Wing Gundam EW is a monster. Why am I so low on shields? What the hell happened? Oh yeah, because I lowered my own HP. Okay, it's fine. Alright, so let's knock out... This is 5. Okay. Let's take out his shields first. And then let's take out one of these, just so we don't die immediately. Chat, help coach finally got me. Oh yes, Kodiak finally signed up for coaching, which is awesome. So thanks again. He's gonna be getting a session in today, actually. At least that's the plan. Could change. Man, like, I need to kill this thing, but maybe I just don't bother killing it. Maybe I just take damage and let it be, you know? Nah, I gotta kill it. Let's just play some of the control aspect. Let's attack a shield, see what happens. After this comes the whole idea of let's play Gundam. Let's pair the Amuro. Let's attack into this, because I don't want to lose any more shield than I have to. And I can still get a bunch of hits in next turn, right? So we're good now. 3 cards. He doesn't have anything on the board. He's not going to be able to play his level 6 board wipe. So he pretty much needs to play a non-existent blocker. And we have the Zeon Link. Okay, he plays that. He's going to kill one of my guys. So this right here is why Red CV is going to be pretty damn good at what's keeping it in the metagame. Is because of all the options it has. If it's kind of high rolling me right now in the amount of like direct burn it has access to on top of units, right? But do not fear, for we have Zeong Zeong is great. So I made sure to kill his unit there only because I do not want him to play the level 6 CB that destroys my entire board. And so reducing the amount of units he has might ensure that my tokens survive, although he could still play a cheap guy and a non-cheap guy. Okay, so we're perfectly fine. We have game on board. As long as everything goes well. Let me check my Discord messages. Somebody has messaged me. Dang, I missed a message right as I went to bed, but yeah, I'm around. No worries, Kodiak. I would have coached you before streaming, but I just saw that now, so. So maybe in a couple hours. What is this, 5 HP? This thing has 2 HP left. Start cracking his base. The question is, do I want to play the Zeong or not? And the answer is probably no. It's probably a no, but we'll see. Rick Dom, Charizard 2, why not end the turn here? I believe there's no possible way for him to board wipe me, so should be chilling. Okay, that becomes a blocker, which doesn't matter. He gets to kill 2 of my guys. Totally fine. It's a base. I don't know what song this is. It's pretty garbage. Is he gonna triple link kill me or something? Or is he going to not manage to beat me? Yeah, figured. Okay. Got that win out of the way. Today, once I get my drinks and stuff in a few minutes here, we're gonna be building a Psycho Gundam deck, a level 6 deck, and chatting about that a bit, following up with my last level 6 video. So that's the plan for today's stream, outside of playing games, is to play and build a level 6 deck. Specifically Psycho Gundam, because I think 4 and Psycho Gundam are awesome. And I actually want to see how much is the 4 alt art. Because 4 alt art was so nice. Wow, it's only 30 US now. Damn, if this was like a little bit cheaper, I would pick up 4 copies of this, man. Like, that's a nice, one of the best looking arts in the game, right? For a, it's awesome. How much is the Psycho Gundam alt art? $38. Still pretty expensive here, but 4 has come down quite a bit. Okay. Let's see where my drinks are at. Skip the dishes. My drinks are 4 minutes away. And then we will start yapping once I get that caffeine in me. If you guys want to see my red-green CB deck, or sorry, not yet, red-green. Red-green CB, red-green CB, red-green CB. Where is my red-green CB deck? Vulture Madness, red-green. So this is, I have not play tested this build at all, but this is what it looks like right now. This will probably not stay as high as it is. I don't think I need so many copies of this, but following up on my level 6 video, this is a prime example of what a level 6 deck looks like, where we are capped at level 6, very mid-range. We have card advantage through many ways, whether it be direct damage, burning their opponent's units down from Gundam Kairos here, or Thorn. We also have Exia. We also have access to First Strike and then draw power off Hallelujah, and then obviously attack standing units and Hallelujah here to not take damage, and then attack standing units and extra draw power off GN armor type. Obviously playing Tactical Visionary, which I believe this card is pretty cheap. At least this one is only $5 for the full art C+ Tactical Visionary. The winner one is still expensive. I'm running a single Bridge Crew copy. Bridge Crew is only $15 right now. Pretty nice alt art. This is the current deck I'm at. You guys can look at it, digest it. This can be changed to anything you want, but I figure since we'll be having multiple CB units, it's a link. It's gonna be 4-3 most of the time, so it's just our Rizal. Just playing Rizal, playing close combat on a unit, playing First Strike unit, which draws as a card, or attack standing units with our pilots. Dynamis being our repair value guy. Breach 4/4 doesn't. A lot of these guys don't die doing 0. And then we have our tech card. Well, our tech card against all the token decks here. Really do not want tokens to stick on the board at all. Especially with Zeong being really relevant, you're gonna want Kairos around, which I believe his alt art is pretty cheap. Yeah, $19, so it still is not going up. Actually, might have went up a little bit since last time I checked, because it was 20 Canadian, so it went up like a couple of dollars here. Which, yeah, a nice card. This is where we're at right now. Maybe we'll playtest it today on stream. My drinks are about to arrive, so I'm gonna go grab that in a second. And I don't know if you guys saw Eggman's video on his 10 GD04 day 1 deck list, but I think the trend is continuing that his deck lists and builds are not good at all. Which is unfortunate because I'm pretty sure Eggman has access to, or should have access to, other content creators or competitive players, like Garrett. He could reach out to me to make day one deck lists and stuff like that. So, alright, let me check my window. My drink should be getting here. We should have more viewers jumping in by the minute. And then I'll be back to make that Psycho Gundam deck. We might play a single game with this red-green CB deck and then build it after. Let the caffeine hit me. Alright. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. Just gonna grab my drink from the front door. So, BRB. Alright guys, I am back. Let me see what's up in chat. Can you show us your Let's Go Juggernaut? That Juggernaut, yes. Alright. Let's open up my drinks. What did I get today? I got a I got Starbucks, obviously. I smell the coffee. I got a caramel mocha frap here. Ribbon Crunch, it's called, apparently. I guess I could show you on stream as well. I got a strawberry refresher. And I got a strawberry Frappuccino. I'm addicted to drinks. I love liquids. Probably why I'm like slim and stuff. But alright, so this is the deck. I'll playtest this right now for you guys. I haven't actually playtested it at all, but this is what I'm kind of looking at as a first glance. Okay, I don't know I need a new mouse or something because this stuff is crazy. Let's pull up my YouTube again. Let's go for a mulligan because I really want to find my early game cards like that because aggro is still a big threat as usual. First thing, I would up Bridge Crew. So the only reason I haven't upped Bridge Crew is because we have a CB unit that allows us to attack into opposing units, and so I'm running 2 of those. So I'm running like a total of 3 Bridge Crew type effects, and then obviously we have Lock On, right, which is an additional Bridge Crew effect. So we have multiple ways to attack our opponent's standing units. Okay, so here's a perfect time for us to try and defeat the aggro menace. Unless this guy's playing a beatdown wing, which could be a case. I just have an exit a video on GD04 decks because I saw Ricky D and Lifrith in their Neo's Young deck. It's so easy to tell which YouTubers played Yu-Gi-Oh first. Explain to us your thought process of which how'd you go about making that conclusion of which YouTubers played Yu-Gi-Oh first? Besides my obvious logo and me having playmats of OG Yu-Gi-Oh regional lists and stuff. I'm not level 4 yet. Okay, I played it. It's okay. Not a big deal. I need 2 units on my opponent's side of the board for me to actually get the ability off. This card is really, really good. I should not have played it, but this is what you get for when you're reading chat and clicking buttons. So this guy's also playing a CB deck. Good to know. Is he not going to play anything? So against the CB matchup, you really just want to be aware of this card. This is the real boogeyman, and not just him, but mostly the pilot. So if I play the pilot right now and take him out with first strike, he is simply going to first strike me, and then I have no other way of taking him out. So I'm gonna have to sacrifice this guy into him, and then I'll play 2 of these and then pass, and then see what he wishes to do afterwards. And my turn there. Anytime you realize you're versing a CB deck, especially a red one, which both variants, basically whichever secondary color you decide to go, red is the main color of CB. So you're gonna really want to be aware of this guy, as you don't want CB getting too much value. If you guys played against Academy and Clan in GDO, 1, GDO 2, GDO 3, sometimes it can overrun you with a lot of cards if they get a lot of card advantage, and CB directly gains card advantage through combat. Okay, he's gonna play that guy. It'd be cool if I drew a lock on right now. Did not draw a lock on. That is a-okay. I don't want to play any pilots. Question is, do I want to be offensive in what I wish to do or not? That is the question. I don't want him to hit my shields. That is the thing I know for sure. He could be playing... If he played the Zaku, he's probably playing the low-cost guy as well. Let's play the Dynamis here. Let's swing at his shields, forcing him to attack into me next turn, gaining value, but then I'll just not be afraid about losing a card value. I really want to play something, keep my HP up, I think. First is the terminology, mixed up monsters instead of units, graveyard instead of trash. Ah, you're talking about the YouTube video you commented on, I believe yesterday, with the Monster Reborn, right? That's the one. Okay, so I'm gonna hold this card back, and we'll see if he deploys any other units to gain max value. GD04 cards are enabled on MSA. Yeah, since of yesterday, they became enabled on MSA. Not ranked mode or anything. Yeah, CB, let's go, Dowser. Welcome in. Yep, I try to refer to the trash as trash in this game, but of course, I don't know. I don't understand card games, and I mean, I guess it's Gundam, so I guess everything is trash if it's not. I guess it's the terminology they might use in Gundam series. I don't really watch a crazy amount of Gundam. But yeah. Also, like, you know, even in real life, you call like a airplane graveyard a graveyard, I guess. Okay, so he did the first strike thing, which is totally fine because now we can do our first strike thing, which is exactly what we want to do here, and knock it out of the park. Right, so we want to go here. We want to first strike into this guy, which will draw us a card. If it's a CB card, it is. We'll pick it. But now we are going to play... I want to play Tactical Visionary because I really want to grab a pilot. There we go. We're going to grab Lock On here. And then I'm going to breach into our opponent, take him out. Now, if he chooses to hit us with another first strike, it would be devastating. But luckily we have a link to take out his unit as well. But if he does not have this pilot anymore, which he might not, but I would say there's a pretty good chance that he does have him. Okay, he's going to play the lock-on link he just got. He's going to breach into us. No big deal. No big deal at all. He's going to take a bunch of damage back. Bridge Crew straight to our hand. As a Xeon player, I can't wait to terrorize people with even more shot power. 100%. 100%. Xeon is awesome. So we have lock on. We can activate the ability if you want to. This thing hits for 5. If we hit it with this, we can heal. If you hit it with this, we'll just stick around and then be able to draw. Can you get pilots off of this? A CB unit card. So I think I want more pilots in my hand, so I'm not going to play this out. This just gains breach. So we're going to play the Dynamis here. Pair it with a lock on. Attack into this. 6 HP will heal 2 back. And then we'll play the Kairos. Because it's 5-3. And then we can use Bridge Crew if we need to next turn. But most likely Bridge Crew will be saved until a later time to use it on these 4/5s. But the extra Vulture cards are what I'm most excited for. I'm not expecting the deck to become competitive, but I do like taking casual rug decks to locals. Yes, there will be plenty of decks in this set that are going to be like on the rogue aspect or unique builds of combining 2 different types, which I'm sure most of you guys have seen my video on packages. If you guys have not, you guys should go check out the package video just to understand that, hey, you should be combining different packages, and packages can be small to very, very big. And if you include a good package in any archetype that is subpar, it will probably become good. Okay, so he did the first strike thing again. Completely irrelevant. We still have not drawn a unit here. We are going to take him out because we need to not get first striked, obviously. We have 8 resources. We'll play this one, and we're gonna hold on to this for when he plays that card. I'm gonna generate as much value as possible. When I did playtesting on Windtable, it was Gundam Leopard Destroyer that was most useful, especially for spreading out damage, so I can flip a few extra blockers tokens off the map. I was an important one. Gundam isn't really a game where you run one tribe per deck, at least not yet or right now. Yeah, you 100% can run one tribe, like clan CV stuff, but there's so many options, even for clan, especially in GD04. You can 100% build clan with... Why can't I pick anything? Level 5 or less, I guess. You can 100% build even clan or even CB with alternate colors and alternate builds. You don't have to play pure CB or pure clan. Now that we have a lot more different packages, it's kind of just play themselves. Okay, we're gonna need to kill this guy. I really want to grab the pilot that generates me this guy right here. Perfect. Perfect. And now we'll play this guy, and now we'll link this guy, and now we'll attack first strike and draw a card. I can probably play one of these now. Because he hasn't played any low cost units. I'm gonna grab this guy, and then if he does play low cost units, we now have our Thorn to basically blow up the whole board. If he plays a Thorn to ping my guy off, that's gonna be unfortunate. Okay, end the turn there. Let's see, somebody replied to one of my YouTube comments. Let me go read that. What did he do? Close combat? No problem. Yeah, the game is simply too fast for them right now, and games go through years like this. Eventually, will even out to more of them slide into niche or being power crept and replaced. Okay. Let's go back to the stream. More generic search, I think things will settle like in Digimon, where you want to minimize out of color out of tribes. What do I want to do here? I really need pilots. Like, I need pilots, but also need to just play a bunch of units right now. Do I want to link and swing into him? The answer is probably... Why not? It doesn't even work, so we'll just end the turn here. Might lose this game, we'll see. Surprised to play a mirror match off the bat. In Digimon, you search the top X cards of your deck. Oh yeah, I know. I don't. The thing about Digimon, so yeah, to my point, I was gonna talk about Digimon, is that I don't want the game to become Digimon, because in Digimon, right, the reason you need to search so much and hit certain cards is because you're digivolving, right? So when you lose your Digimon, you lose like 6-7 cards. In Gundam, if we have pluses on pluses, or finding more and more cards, the problem becomes that, well, this, I was gonna make a whole video about this. There's too much draw power in Gundam. Okay, there's way too much draw power in Gundam, and I very much do not like that at all. Okay, I need to kill things right now. So we're gonna go... We're gonna activate Bridge Crew, target this. I'm gonna attack into this guy to take him out. So I don't want this game to be... I mean, it's a Bandai game. A lot of Bandai games have so many... Hold on, I'm trying to think here. Oh shit. Yeah, a lot of bandy games have the game go where you have infinite cards in your hand, and I don't like that there's too much draw power in this game. And when you have too much draw power, aka like not drawing actual cards like overflowing, but you have too much pluses, then the game doesn't matter about making skillful decisions because you have so many ways. You're gonna keep generating more and more cards, you're never gonna run out. So it kind of like hinders that ability of like actually playing a good game. It's kind of like checkers, I guess, compared to chess. You're just making all these moves, generating value, comeback mechanics, all this. While in chess, if you lose a piece, it's kind of gone and you lose board control and so on. Okay. Maybe I can win the game here. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is this. I'm gonna pop that guy. I think we pretty much win here. Unless you get the link like that, then, you know, we're in trouble. I don't think there's any guys in my deck that can plays a base. That's fine. It's totally fine. So yeah, if we get more cards like overflowing and you sign, I'm totally okay with those type of cards. But I'm very much not okay with us having cards that generate us even more value. I'm gonna make a whole video about this, how in Gundam right now, there's too many cards like Neo Zeon, Corsica base, White base, all these cards generating us a million more cards. And with the new cards that just came out, for example CB, we saw me generate 2 extra cards from playing a first strike unit. We saw our opponent play multiple first strike, or you know, who are the pilots? Hallelujah, right? Hallelujah generates you a bunch of value. First strike generates you a bunch of value. So we're not only drawing a card, we're also getting first strike. We first strike something that has a link, that's +2 right there. Then we draw a card on top of that, that's +3 in total. Then our opponent has to probably trade a link into us, so it's a 5 for, you know, we generate 5 cards, they generate 2 cards. He won off a link, unfortunate, whatever, who cares. So that's the game right there. So I really don't want Gundam to keep generating us an infinite value. And I understand, like, when I coach people and they really want to understand the basics or the pillars of Gundam, I might even make a whole video on the pillars of Gundam. Like, one of the pillars of Gundam is Bandai does not want us to run out of cards, right? They don't want us to run out of cards, which is why we have cards like Sharzaka 2, which is why we have cards like the Star Deck Sharzaka 2, then we have Zeong, then we have Corsica base, then we have obviously Show of Resolve, but at least Show of Resolve is a command card. But now we're getting cards that just, you play me, you draw a card, you attack with me, you draw a card, right? And it's like, we're just drawing infinite cards. We're not going to run out of any cards, especially if our opponent gets into a really sticky situation where all of a sudden I go Kairos, Link, take out their Kairos Link. If they don't have a link after that point, I'm going to generate infinite value off the Kairos, and they're never going to be able to overcome my card advantage after that point. Which is why still cards like Wing Zero are... Like, Wing Zero is not a crazy broken card or anything, but it's one of the only things in the game that can generate you +2, +3, +4, +5 advantage at once, right? And that's not an advantage to, I'm going to beat my opponent now. Usually when you play Wing Zero, it's so that you're trying to catch up to your opponent. And that's kind of crazy that I board wipe you, like even 6 cards all of a sudden, and my opponent still has a full hand of cards that they can refill the board very easily on the next turn. That's something that I don't like in Gundam, while in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or other card games, if I do God's Wrath or Regeki or Mirror Force, you really are not going to come back from that. And this is also why the whole thing in Gundam where, you know, units win games, right? People say that a lot. I understand units win game. Your deck should not be consisting of all unit cards. And Obviously, there should be command cards. There's obviously pilots, and pilots are a hindrance as much as they are an advantage of gaining haste. But it's another reason why a lot of people, you can build a deck just without any command cards. Because it's the unit that's so hard to take out with 4 HP, 5 HP, and dropping multiple units gains you a huge life lead. It's really impactful, while drawing the top card of your deck and it being, you know, bridge crew or command card or whatever, can't really get you there, can't win you the game. And just applying a lot of pressure generates you like a free win essentially. Sometimes you just win the game with your opponent having 6 or 7 cards in their hand, whether you're playing pure aggro or whether you're playing a mid-range deck like CB or Academy and Clan. And it's kind of like very unfair, not very fun. And hopefully they introduce a set that just introduces a lot of different command opportunities and unique bases, commands, other options that are very versatile or are generic to the color, like you're saying, generic cards. But I do not want them to add cards that generate even more card advantage, which is something that I don't like about GD04, is that they've given us, you know, draw a card off Howlia. They've given us Kairos, First Strike. So it's just so much value. They've given us this guy, which it's very good, and you kind of have to play it because against the token decks like Zeong or the League Militaire units, like obviously this kind of hard counters League Militaire, but at the same time you need it because they're generating so much value off of the tokens. It's kind of absurd that by turn 4 you have 2/2/1 blockers on the board plus a unit, and your opponent, even if he's playing an aggro deck, can't really, you know, negate you anymore because you'll be generating tokens, basically 2 extra dudes every single time. You're generating 2 extra 2/1 tokens that can block every single turn. The aggro deck just can't keep up with that. Neither can a mid-range deck sometimes, unless you play these board wipes like Thorn and Kairos and Exias and stuff. Let's get back to chat though. I think Minerva Impulse package has been fun to use. It can shrink it down to match to my local meta. Yeah, so Minerva Squad also, like, it generates a lot of value, and the way it does is very cool. I like it. And if Minerva got any more value, or for example, if Gundam, Destiny Gundam had suppression or something crazy instead of high maneuver, it'd be even stronger. Or if it had, or if it's like a level 6 card. If it's a level 6 card, it would be even stronger because you're trying to, like, you know, beat your opponent down, not really come out later into the game. I think that's also why they kind of made it so you have to have Shin, and you can only resurrect a 2-cost unit, not a 3-cost unit on the turn it's played. Okay, so Spagabond. Really, I was thinking the drop power is too centralized into colors outside of white, blue. There's not much of it. So those become near mandatory secondary colors. That makes sense. Part of me doesn't want direct tutors though, because it will make the games too linear. Tutors, we don't need direct tutors, and Bandai's not going to give us direct tutors. That's not going to be a thing unless they say, look at the top 10 cards of your deck, grab any card you want, and then kind of like One Piece does it. Obviously One Piece is in a way more advanced setting, and it has leaders and stuff. So they're not going to give us direct tutors. That would go against all of Bandai's philosophy. And the game is not going to become more linear, and I'll explain to you why. The game is already extremely linear. And let me go to, like, if you go to public deck list right here, okay? Let's go to public deck list. Let's click on the first one. Okay, look at this. We are already living in an extremely linear game. Why? Because we're playing 4 Demi, 4 Lifrith, 4 this, 4 this, 4... Like, everything is 4 times, okay? We should not be playing a game where we are playing 4 copies of every single card in our deck. That just seems kind of ridiculous. Right? And then we click on... Let's click on... Let's scroll a bit down. Let's click on, like, I don't know, what other deck? This deck is probably just a copy of other people. Yeah, it's a little bit of a copy of other stuff. But even then, you can look at, like... Yeah, so this one's playing 3 copies and 2 and 2, right? But if this card didn't come out, it would just become more G-Quoxes or other blockers. Everything is very much 4-4-4. We need to find another deck, though, because the Justice deck people copy-paste it all the time. Like aggro decks, I understand, right? Because aggro decks are gonna play whatever's best for them. This is a Neo Zeong deck, so the game is very streamlined, and you're trying to streamline your deck essentially. 4 full frontal, 4 char, 4 of the bases, right? Your tertiary pilot. Then you're playing 4, 4, 4, 4. This is my problem with the game. But if you go to my decks, one, I'm playing a lot more different cards. Can create even more space. But let me pull up a different deck list. A lot of these things are still one-dimensional. Where's my O deck? Okay, so we look at the O deck here, and we can see we're playing a lot more, like, look at the line. Like, we're playing a lot more cards in the deck. We have a lot of 1-ofs in the deck. We have some 2-ofs that you don't really see, right? A lot of 2-ofs. And we have actually a lot more diversified deck, a lot less streamlined. A lot of people are not going to expect the Raider Gundam. They're not going to expect us to play all these different bounce spells and stuff. People are just taking all the different amount of bounces and technique or technical cards they have and putting them into a very generic, streamlined 8 blockers, 8 of these guys, like 4 of every single card, right? I'm even playing 4 full armor. That's only because I own 4 alt arts of this, and I want to defeat any late game deck 100% of the time. But this usually is at a 3, and I also don't own more Justice Gundams. Otherwise, this would probably go up to 3. But we're sitting at like this right now. And Raider Gundam shouldn't even be in the deck, but it was there. It can be replaced with the new blocker if you guys want or whatever. But what I'm basically saying is the game is already very streamlined. If you were to build a Kira wing deck right now, if I go to like a Freedom Blockers deck, let's see the public deck list. Where is Freedom Blockers? Maybe this will be a good... I mean, this deck is so small. It's just 4 copies of everything. Ignore that one. Where is Freedom Blockers? Come on. There's got to be Freedom Blockers here. Ale Strike, right? Ale Strike's in every single deck. Maybe? This has a little bit more. You can see like a 1-ofs, 2-ofs. It's probably not some new stuff with Siege Ploys. So this is a very unique one as well. So good for him. But he's also still in testing phase. Trying to find like the actual Freedom Blocker deck that I'll probably never find right now because everyone's experimenting with cards. Yeah, everybody's just kind of experimenting with cards right now. So maybe a bad time to try and do this. Is there a red-white version of this? I mean, again, this is very streamlined. He's luckily not playing as many Rick Diaz's as he possibly can be, which he might change whether he likes Silver Bullet or other cards, but he could be playing 4, etc. It's very annoying that the Gundam deck building game is very much everybody plays the same cards. It's the same like 40 cards, and then sometimes even more than that. And then yeah, it just isn't very fun, to be honest. Tell that to Rookie Rush deck. Aggro is bullshit and it should be toned down. Well, unfortunately, for Rookie Rush to be out of the game, they need to ban rookies. And Bandai decided at their last restricted ban list that they refused to do so. As you guys might know my opinion on that. So here we are. Dealing with Rookie Rush got a lot easier in GD04. But because of the introduction of Zeong, you are going to still get destroyed because, like I always say, aggro decks did not just win off of Rookie Rush, they also won off of having infinite card advantage over their opponent, where all of the blocker decks that are playing Show Resolves, Wing Zeros, etc. are running out of cards before the aggro deck is running out of cards. Even in games where I just don't play aggro decks, sometimes my opponent just has a lot more cards than me at times, yep. And sometimes you get aggroed down by Ale Strikes, right? Sometimes, why do people play Ale Strikes or favorite Ale Strikes in Wing Gundam decks, or any decks for that matter, is they don't actually enjoy playing a control style deck. What they're doing is winning off of the back of playing back-to-back Ale Strikes, bouncing their opponent's board, and then just swinging all in with all their guys and basically OTKing their opponent. Well, not OTKing, but, you know, 2-turn killing their opponent most of the time with back-to-back Ale Strike or Kira Links. And the game just kind of ends. I use a lot of command cards in red blue, mostly to turbo into banshee mode effect while mowing down the swarm. Yeah, so like blue red is a a deck on double suppression hit, runs a lot of command cards, or it was initially designed not to run a lot of command cards, but my design was a lot of burst cards. And this is also why Banshee players who run the deck very heavily on commands end up losing a lot. Is because, well, they should end up losing a lot of game because they get rushed down by things that have more than, like, generally around 3 to 4 HP. Like the mid-range decks, like CB will completely crush all those command heavy decks. But a burst style deck still runs like 8 early game units just because you need to play something. No base, Momo, no base in which deck? My decks? I only have 2 Kusanagi's in here, and then if we go to my wing deck, which is... Where did my wing deck go? GM Exterminator. I'm only playing a single Kusanagi right here. Get rid of all these resources. Right, so I'm playing a single Kusanagi only in this deck here. Also, about linear, as in your entire deck, is at your fingertips due to aggressive, the ability to reproduce the same moves every game like Yu-Gi-Oh. Well, you know, having very, very high consistency like Yu-Gi-Oh is also a good thing. It doesn't make the game or the lines very linear, because if you know Yu-Gi-Oh, you know that there's actually a crazy amount of lines, just like chess. Yeah. Hey coach, any advice to build Titan deck with Cyber Gundam as a boss? We are going to be building that on stream today, actually. That's the entire reason I'm streaming. So we'll be building the coach, or I guess Cyber Gundam deck based off of that. So I do want in Gundam to have, like, if Digimon was a best of 1, it would suck. Gundam is a best of 1, it sucks. Gundam needs to have... I should not be losing games just because I don't find Wing Zero. I find that extremely unfair. I should not be losing games just because I drew no blockers or nothing in the early game. In Yu-Gi-Oh, if you didn't draw the correct cards in the early game, you are going to lose, and you can still break and stuff. You get negate and stuff like that. But even in Gundam, if I don't draw that Wing Gundam, then what the hell am I doing? If I don't draw the Shenlong Shengwu Fei in the early game, by turn 5, then again, I should have the advantage in the deck. I should not be losing randomly to decks that I counter because I drew, like, I never saw the card that counters them, even though I'm playing max copies of it. Same thing with Wing Zero. It's extremely reliant on, we must see Wing Zero, we just kind of lose, which is why I like Path of Victory a lot. Yeah, I think we build the decks, we are going to build our decks to execute a strategy, and for these control decks, you need to have a stable early game to some degree. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to get to your late game or execute your strategy. So if your strategy is to get to the O, it does not feel very good playing the O, and all of a sudden, your strategy never comes to fruition because you never saw the O in the first place. So we do need to make the game a lot more linear in that sense, because there's not that many cards in our deck. You know, we're not going to see some of the 1-ofs, the 2-ofs sometimes. That's okay. Some cards might go to the trash, but we definitely need to up the consistency by quite a lot, because it is very, very, like, luck based right now. Okay, finally catching a live skin tag. Yes, welcome in. There's a lot of lines, but it's more I have 4 individual units I can use to produce the same extra deck pieces that turn into these same extra deck bosses. At least we started to get one of the starters, at least until we started to get 1 card starters for so many new archetypes. Yeah, so I agree with modern Yu-Gi-Oh that 1 card starters and like going into the same links over and over again is a thing in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? We don't need to go that far. I'm not saying we need to go into 1 card starters and the linear things, but I'm talking about, let's view Yu-Gi-Oh for what Yu-Gi-Oh truly was back in the day, not modern Yu-Gi-Oh, because I think modern Yu-Gi-Oh and what Yu-Gi-Oh is, I think, are confusing to people. Kind of like when you talk about Magic and then you talk about Commander, those are 2 different games. But when you talk about Magic the Gathering, a lot of people are going to go back to 2016 or the early basically 2016, 2018, whatever, Magic the Gathering, not 2026 Magic, which is basically whatever, basically. Whoops. I'll mute myself, but my mute button on the mic doesn't work. Yeah. So yeah, we have a lot of tutors in Magic the Gathering to find the cards we do need, and again in Magic the Gathering we also have board wipes, and we're not getting run over because we have 20 HP. So if Gundam, if we all of a sudden had I don't know, 12 shields, and anything that had every instance of 2 AP took away 1 shield, and then so 4 AP took away 2 shields, 6 AP took away 3 shields, and so on. That would make the game a lot more interesting, and having 12 shields and so on, but you know, we don't have that in this game. So I don't want one-card starters. I don't want the game to become monotonous or very, very boring, but I do want us to have stability, okay? I want to sit down, understand my opponent is playing a deck that completely counters me, and so I'm going to get destroyed by him if he has a complete counters to what I'm trying to do. And I don't want to lose games just because I don't see a Wing Zero or I don't see a Kshatriya, especially when I play like 4 overflowings in one game. It is going to very much suck when your entire deck's identity, for example Amuro or Char or whatever you're playing, Zeong, right? If you play a game and the Zeong, all 4 are at the bottom of your deck, along with all your Corsica bases, it's not gonna, you don't deserve to lose that game, right? The deck kind of failed, which is where a lot of wing decks mostly lose, because their own deck combusts and fails essentially. I can finally catch one of those. Hope you're having a good day. I am having a good day. Let me finally take a drink from my caffeinated drinks here. Yeah, I hope that we don't become a game where we basically have infinite cards in our hand, and we're going to be building our entire decks based on how many pluses we can get. Like, just so many pluses that we're going to keep trucking forward no matter what. Because, you know, only people that should be able to do that are the late game super heavy control decks that have access to extremely powerful cards like Epion, or playing multiple short resolves, basically not impacting the board, taking a back seat and drawing cards instead of actually playing units that also draw them cards, which were Justice Gundam, the Blue Kshatriya. All these cards generate you value, but they're also a unit, which also applies pressure and closes the game out. It's not very fair. Cards like that in Magic the Gathering are like extremely crazily powerful, where basically if that thing stays on the board for more than a turn, sometimes 2 turns, the game is basically over. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna be building the Psycho Gundam deck in a second. But yeah, I definitely do not want the game to become boring. I think Digimon, I enjoy playing Digimon, even though I'm a complete noob in Digimon. Then I do playing Gundam, for what it is. So let's start with the Psycho Gundam deck. Everybody's here. Let's create a new deck. Okay. The deck name is going to be for is beautiful. I don't know. Okay. We'll name it that for now. Okay, let's add 4 to the deck. And let's add Psycho Gundam to the deck. Okay, why are we building around Psycho Gundam? Because Psycho Gundam is a very powerful card. Control room guy. I like Digimon until the power creep snapped it in half. Yes, I'm a new Digimon, so I don't know how it entirely completely exploded. But yeah, I think a lot of Bandai games, power creep just comes in out of control, which is a lot of the formula of current new gen card games. Which is why Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like the most goated card game ever. Probably forever will be. And then Magic the Gathering has obviously the core building blocks of a very good, easy to follow resource management, play X amount of cards, and having lands. Unlike all these Bandai games, you generate lands every single turn, which I never liked about Hearthstone in the first place, because while I understand you're generating lands for free to make the game more consistent, right? That was the entire goal. Hearthstone, I mean, the whole RNG in Hearthstone was insane. But in Bandai games, we're generating our resources to make the game very linear, always generating resources. So okay, I can be cool with that. Don't need to include lands. But then we don't need to play these large 50 card decks. We also, why are we playing decks that are 4 every single card, right? Why can't we play things that are 3 every single card instead? And that's probably because, you know, if you have 4 Psycho Gundams in a deck, you're going to sell a lot more of them, make more money, etc. People are going to have to build their decks more so. And then with the inclusion of pilots, and that's why I think that we're not playing a 40 card deck, we're playing a 50 card deck, is because pilots were included into the game, and that became basically our lands essentially, or something along those lines. And now we're stuck with 10 extra cards in our deck that's supposed to be not there. Good morning, IO277. How's it going? It's normally when Bandai prints cards that let you cheat resources or multicolored cards. Yeah, when we get to that point. I'm not really sure where the hell Bandai wants to go with Gundam. As far as I'm concerned right now, Bandai has no direction of what the hell they want to do. And the Gundam game we're playing right now is still a very much like a beta. We're playing Gundam, the card game beta edition, where we're just a giant bunch of playtesting groups playing this broken card game that has no theme, no thematic, no cool things going on, and we're just playing dudes, and linking pilots. Okay, so we're playing Psycho Gundam in the deck because it's extremely powerful. Why is Psycho Gundam so damn powerful? Because well, most pilots in the game do one thing when they come in, and then they kind of are done their job. With 4 attached to Psycho Gundam, we have basically 3 ongoing effects. We have Breach, which is good for a mid-range style deck, because we want to apply pressure just like Wing Gundam level 6. Apply Breach, right? Get that pressure built up. Number 2, we have the ability to heal, so we can stick around on the board a lot longer, generally staying around 5 to 6 HP, which means a Rizal or anything below that cannot kill us, so they have to link to take us out. Number 3, 4 lets us draw a card, which is excellent. Okay, so because we can draw a card, we can generate that value as many times as possible. And so if we dump our whole hand and we were kind of capped out at level 6, right, all we need at that point is to keep putting out more and more and more units, so we can kind of overwhelm our opponent. And to do that, we're going to be using 4. And then they have to get rid of it. If they do not get rid of Psycho Gundam, we'll just generate more value. So yeah, it's really, really good. Basically 3 abilities in 1 card. One of the best level 6 cards. One of the best cards in the game, probably. Like, if this card was a 7/7 stat line like Wing Gundam, you know, we would be like, oh my god, this card's going into every single deck. Pretty much. So we're playing this together. This music sucks. Should I pause the music, guys, or should I just put something on? I don't know. Okay. Now, what else do we need to play with Psycho Gundam in the deck, right? And we're playing a mid-range deck, not a late-game deck, so we're going to be kind of capped at level 6 here. Let me put some MA modes in here. So Psycho Gundam MA mode is a card that has built-in repair. One of the cool things you can do with this card, okay, is you put 4 onto the Psycho Gundam, and then if you can self-ping yourself playing Blurple, like purple basically, you can self-ping your Psycho Gundam every single turn and then draw a card every single turn. You basically never ever attack with 4, and because you never attack with 4, the Psycho Gundam is never rested, so your opponent can never attack into it, which means you'll just build up a +1 draw every single turn. Right? During your turn, when this unit recovers HP, if you have 4 less cards, draw a card. So you can actually self-ping your Psycho Gundam to just draw a card, which is interesting. Coming from Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Fight and many other card games, the lack of searchers are baffling. Luckily, I play CB, so I have Tactical Visionary. Yes. You know what's funny? A lot of people, I guess, not a lot of people, but some people in the Gundam card game, let me pull him up, actually, if you guys want. Okay, here's some live bullshit here. Where's the Zaku guy? Okay. I need to find his exact channel. I mean, the easiest way to find his channel, I'm going to be honest, is if we go to the actual Gundam server here, and we go to competitive channel, and then we find him out, scroll up until we find Zaku, or I could just type it actually, but we'll procrastinate a little bit, just scroll. Where is he at? Should pop up here. It's his username. Where is he? Come on, guys. I know you're here somewhere. Don't make me go nuts. Keep scrolling, keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. I'm gonna keep scrolling until we find this. Come on. Should not take this long to find this person. Let me go to the beginner chat. Maybe it's here. Red. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Ah, Zaku Duo. Okay, that's his username, right? So we go here. We go to his. Okay, he doesn't even have it up. Let's go back to YouTube. Zaku Duo. Okay. Okay. Zaku Duo. Now we click on his channel. I'm not gonna subscribe to him, and then we just need to find the card that searches. Encounter. Here we go. We're gonna listen to this.
Today's reveal, we're finally getting into the rare commands of GD04. Our card is Encounter. It's a green level 5 cost 1 command card that can be only used during your main phase. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck. You may reveal one pilot card among them and add it to your hand, returning the remaining cards randomly to deck bottom. Green is getting some more searchability as their form of draw, and I'm not impressed in the slightest. Bandai seems just so scared of introducing any kind of consistency besides blue and purple. They're the only card types that get access to direct draw. Green's gimmick of searching top deck is fun in concept, but made completely pointless when all those cards had to go to deck bottom. Like, what idiot thought that was a good idea? A Battle Spirits designer? At least with, say, Digimon cards, you can search top 3, grab something, then put the cards back on top deck in certain order. Especially with cards like this, where you're grabbing 5 just to look for a pilot, and then potentially lose a good chunk of cards that might have helped. I'd almost call this card worse than Elmeth. At least the Elmeth is a body with an effect that can advance your board state. It's a pathetic body with horrible stats and an even worse link effect, but at least it's a body that gives you the illusion of progress. The one good thing I can give about this card is that at least it's generic. Unlike the Elmeth that only looks for Xeon pilots, this could, if you're a bad player, be splashed in the random green decks. But then again, there's a reason why green decks don't run those search cards. Do you see any good wing players still using Path to Victory or Defeat? Are clan players still using Schoolgirl and Smuggler? I didn't think so. If these kind of effects were on bodies instead of the 70% vanillas we keep seeing in these sets, maybe it would matter.
Okay, so you guys just heard everything he just said clearly, hopefully. So this is what I'm talking about right here, right? It's people and channels like this that literally, you know, straight up indirectly would call me an idiot for playing good cards. They also say that Encounter is a bad card, and Path to Victory, and all these things, right? And this is what I'm talking about right here. So, control room guy, you play, you know, you said right there, luck, you know, lack of searches are baffling. Luckily, you play CBC of Tactical Visionary. Yes, Kodiak, why would you not put Schoolgirl? Well, you guys should all, like, there's 20 of you guys in chat. You guys should go to the comment section of here if you guys want and hit him with the flame and be like, you're an idiot or something like that. I don't know, whatever you guys want, right? But anyways, yeah, Battle Spirits, yeah. But anyways, like, the Encounter is a very good card, and CB players and clan players, this guy is convinced that CB players and clan players do not play searchers. And I just don't understand where his, like, what the hell he's on, and saying that wing players don't play like Path to Victory or something like this. Like, card is very good. This is exactly why I've explained multiple times why cards like Encounter, cards like Path to Victory and Defeat are very, very good. Cards like Clan, the Clan one, and CB1, Tactical Visionary are good cards. You just have to be a non-idiot human being or listen to me and understand a concept and understand how to improve your odds, and then you'll basically do really, really well. Right, I played CB earlier in the stream and I didn't play the card because I didn't want my pilots to go to the bottom, and so I was playing the odds over there. Encounter has made it a lot easier for us Char enjoyers to say, hey, I need an Amra or a Char to win the game right now. I'm going to encounter, draw the Char off the top 5 of my deck. Boom, I got the link. Boom, the game is over. I don't have to wait 5 turns to draw into it too late. I can just immediately go grab it. And if I don't see it, right, and I don't get a pilot, it's not the end of the world, because that brings me 5 cards closer to actually getting the Char that I want. I don't care about anything else in the deck. I care about the Char. Right, in Digimon and other Yu-Gi-Oh games like that, Magic the Gathering, you're really looking for one card. Whether you know, scry this card, if it just reads scry the top 5, we're going to scry the top 5. We want to go dig as deep as we can to get something is really, really powerful. Then saying that CB players and clan players don't run like looking at the top card of your decks is stupid, because I would say that almost every single clan or CB player plays it, and even all my competitive builds have those cards included in the deck because it adds consistency and it's very, very powerful. In these type of games coming from Digimon, you guys would know that, holy crap, I found my tamer. This is what I needed to find my next Digivolve, etc. Right? It's really, really good. And then calling Elmeth a bad card is stupid, because Elmeth was very powerful, but again, in GD02, GD03, nobody was playing the Xeon deck, right? Except for me. I wasn't uploading videos in GD02. But GD01, GD02, I was running Mikube, I was running Elmeth. It was a very powerful, undefeated deck. Until it lost at, you know, 2 winner boxes and like 3 new types. It got second place. Second place is very, very good. Losing to a high roll, losing to bricking or something like that, but very, very good. And it defeated blocker decks extremely easily with Mikube and Lala's ability to breach. And this card is actually good because it gives you an extra 2 AP, which means you can actually crack bases and hit for 7, which again is powerful, hitting for 7, knocking out a lot of like the O, for example. So yeah, it's very good. Anyway, this channel's like this, and that's why I brought up this video, because yeah, it's a fucking stupid video, and I completely disagree with everything that's said in this video. And Encounter is a mainstay in my decks, and it's even being splashed into my other decks because I can literally go grab the pilot that I want. If you're playing purple, you can go grab any pilot you want. Particularly, if you go back to my my decks here, we go to like, where's my Vulture deck, right? I was playtesting green with it, and this is the best pilot in Vulture. This is a pilot you want to grab as many times as you can, because you need to link, you need to mill cards, and all of that good stuff. So we basically need to get Garrett. One of the best ways to get him is by playing Encounter and actually going to fetch him. And you guys can see we basically don't play any other pilots. The heart is just there to mill, and we could even replace the heart with just more encounters to try and dig into Garrett as much as we can, because he is pretty damn important to the deck. Almost like Age, where Age doesn't have a lot of pilots. You really do want your Age pilots. So Encounter just says, look at the top 5, grab a Tamer card. And if we don't see a Tamer, so be it. We just don't see one, right? But we're one step closer to getting one. Okay, so yeah. Anyway, that was a little flame for this Zaku Duo guy. He doesn't like me anyways, but yeah. Yeah, that's flame. Live flaming session. I know you guys want me to flame other people as well, but I'm not here to flame everybody. I'm just here to, you know, make sure people are on the right path. And the path is to doing well and making good decks, and not catching strays and people telling them they're idiots for playing Encounter. Like, Bandai is not stupid. Bandai does not give you alternate arts or multiple alternate arts on cards that are not going to see play. They really do want to give you alternate arts on cards that are going to see play and are keepsakes for your, whether you have 1 copy, 2 copies, or a full playset. There are going to be nice artworks, and they're going to be solid cards throughout, eventually moving forward as well. Okay, so yeah, go back to chat here so I can listen to chat. Gundam guy, damn, you make it sound hollow. I mean, yes. Gundam TCG is a push and pull between aggro and blocker schemes at the moment. Yeah, it is very aggro all in and very blocker all in, because those are the 2 best strategies to basically win. And red, white, and green, white are the decks that can kind of beat both of those, but it's hard for them to do so consistently. which is why wing or red white doesn't really show up at the top tables every single time, because one loss and you're kind of out. They break a lot. I've been playing games with my wife. Seems like we give each shield 3 HP instead of 1. It makes the game much more exciting and adds way more strategy. What are your thoughts on that? Yeah, if you give shields 3 HP each, we don't need to give shields 3 HP each, I'm going to be honest. All we need to do is, I don't know, not allow, like, if you go down below a certain threshold, you need a linked unit to deal damage. Or bases are, like, imagine if bases were just immune to small creatures, right? Because to destroy a base in Gundam, you would either have to send a whole army into it, or you need to send a Gundam to destroy the opponent's base. It would make sense that for you to destroy a base on your opponent's side of the board, you need to slam them with multiple cards, and bases innately only take 1 damage from anything that is not linked, or take 1 damage from anything that is level extra low, right, would be a thing. But the main problem, again, going to Garrett's video, right, he talks about it clearly in his edited video, is the issue is not Gundam Amuro coming in or lock-on coming in. The issue is you already have a established board with 3 to 4 units on the turn that Gundam Amuro comes in, and there's no chance for somebody to be defensive against that with even a blocker or 2. And then you basically lose. Why would you not run Schoolgirl? We 100% would. Poor Battle Spirits. I have seen so many lists that run it. Yes, sir. Dude, I made a post about Encounter on the Gundam TC's Reddit about asking about thoughts on Encounter, and it blew up. Encounter just tilts people. Yeah, I don't know why it tilts people. The card is so good that we were running 2 to 3 copies of it in the 1-year war deck. The only reason I'm not running it in the 1-year war deck as that many copies is because we're playing Amuro in here, but if we go to my decks and we go to the 1-year war Minerva squad deck, sorry, this is not it. This is just another version of that. Where's my 1-year war Minerva squad? Minerva zombies. Okay, I don't know where it is. I think I deleted it. But basically, if you play anything that's not Amuro and then you need new types or you need Char more often, you're going to basically need to grab Encounter. Encounter is going to be very good. And then Lala is also a new type, so you can go Encounter, get Lala, and go about that way. Let me actually I'm not going to change this right now, but yeah, running Encounter is very good. If we replace basically all these blue cards with purple cards with the Minerva squad package, so 1 2 3 is the 12 Minerva units, and then we can add in take out Amuro, put in 4 more pilots, and then take out these bases to put in Fall Mills or something. Encounter becomes a lot better because it grabs you these cards. Anyways, we need to go back to Deck Builder and read chat. That video is so annoying. What a herb. I use all those. They're so good. Also, Althar for Encounter is great. I agree with you, Skin Tag. It'd be fun if it wasn't saying it so conventionally very weird. I mean, that guy in particular, he just is like that, I guess. So clearly he has something wrong with him, as you guys can all tell. Nah, Schoolgirl is mid though. Yeah, I'm behind. Haha. Okay. That's what Suji is for. Yeah, Suji doesn't make all your other cards more likely to whiff. I was literally just watching a video from this guy saying Vulture is saved, and might now skip about that video. I mean, again, I'm not saying all of his takes are bad. I haven't seen all of his videos, but that particular video is horse shit. For sure. Vulture is saved from being unplayable. It doesn't make it good, sadly. Yeah, it's one of those decks like the O, right? I mean, if you guys are enjoying the O, doesn't mean the O is the best deck in the game, but maybe Vulture can actually be a deck that can do well. And just like some of my other decks, we can ignore the existence of aggro and play our own game. And if we go up against aggro and lose, so be it. We're going to lose against it anyways most of the time. But we can also build our decks to beat all of the other decks in the metagame. That's what I want from GD04 card. It's kind of sad its identity isn't reanimating. Seems like Zaf's bag. Oh, 100% agree. I was playing a CB with Purple Splash and did not see a head or lock on. Having Encounter at 2 would definitely have changed that 100%. Encounter is one of the first cards like in green, including Bridge Crew Encounter and First Contact are like the 3 cards in green that you can actually put as a generic into other decks or into other green decks, and they will do their job because they're not tied down to a certain archetype. As in Digimon, if you hit a card and have a lower DP, you get blown up, so there's risk. I agree with that as well. I think that would be a cool implementation into this game as well. If all of a sudden you hit a wing 0, you just die. And it would make it a lot more riskier. I think that, I don't know, Bandai's going to have to hit it with multiple different ways or something, because currently they don't know what they want to do, and most of us could implement changes or use other game design things to make it work. I think the number one thing I would just do is straight up ban multiple copies of the same card, like GMs and Lifrits. If they have alternate names like Flat and Zaku 2, you just can't use more than one card of the same card, because I think that's stupid. Coach, any tips for GD04 release events? Not really. Red CB. That's actually the best tip. Play Red CB. If you can get a bunch of Red CB cards, that might be a very, very good tip, especially the one that board wipes. Besides that, you want to be going into it probably with the same mindset of playing this mid-range control with some big high-end cards. You probably won't see as many high-end cards, but the generic Xeon cards are probably really, really good in this set. So generate as much value as you can, and then hit them with like the 5-4, level 5, 3-cost stat line, 5-4 units are really, really good. Take out your linked units. And then obviously just play a lot of bodies that can trade and stick around. And then add in a few GMs if you want, a few early game cards, just to apply a bunch of pressure, take out a bunch of shields, and trade against your opponent's aggro deck if need be. Okay, so going back to this off of that huge Lifrith is just so instantly overstated. It's a card, but I don't think there needs to be 8 of them in every single deck. Okay, so going back to this deck before we go off another flame session. Psycho Gundam, right? 4. So we're playing this. Our identity to win the game is deploy Psycho Gundam, then try to generate a bunch of value. Now, the issue with level 6 units is that they die very quickly, right? So we need to keep Psycho Gundam alive somehow. What is the best way to keep Psycho Gundam alive? Well, there's cards like Unforeseen. There's cards like Bounce your opponent's units. In white, Overflowing will get us closer to getting Psycho Gundam into our hand. We're playing blue, so Show Resolve is another solid option of keeping value on the board. And then we're breaching. Let's follow along when you're building these decks as a baseline of, okay, Psycho Gundam is going to breach our opponent's units and then draw us a card. Okay, so card advantage, not really worried about. Breaching is going to give us good value, so let's follow along that we're playing a beatdown style, so we need to include more cards with breach. Okay, if we're going to include more cards with the keyword of breach, then we need to include... do you guys want us to include GD04 cards in this build, or stick to like the old school GD03 cards? That if I was building this in GD03, I would use those, or with the new, all the new cards. I feel like with... How would you guys like me to go about it? While I take another sip. Include GD04. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Level 6. Generate value, generate value, generate value. Okay. How can we generate more value? How can we stick around? White does not have access to breach. Unless we play Turn A Gundam, right? And Turn A Gundam is level 5. It could be useful for us to actually include this and have the option of breaching and suppression and all of these things, and having access to blockers to keep our Psycho Gundam around. I don't think we need that. I think we can do something that's a bit better. I think in the new set, you know what's actually really good? Okay, it's gonna be up to you guys. Do we put Amuro in the deck or not? Okay, just like with Kira, do we completely stay the hell away from Amuro? Because if Amuro is going in the deck, then NT1 Gundam is going to the deck, and the basis is to not... We're not gonna be running GMs and stuff. That's not what we're doing here. But we're gonna be putting NT Gundams into the deck. The question is, do we play Amuro or do we skip Amuro? Yeah, GD04 is out, I believe, tomorrow officially, and then it's already actually out in people's hands and at stores, waiting for their events and stuff. I think there's an event today actually at my store. So, do we play Amuro in this blue deck or not? It's up to the people. Just like Gladiator. Is it thumbs up, thumbs down? While you guys decide on that, I'm gonna go check my Discord messages again. Stella! Haha, no, I gotta sell it to my friend. He's Unicorn Armor fan. He's true one love in both.
Dancing on the moon. Some days there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Some days I'm not myself.
Thumbs up. Okay, we got one thumbs up. We need more guys. We don't just need one person thumbing up. Okay, I need like 3-4 people to give me an input here. All right, we're losing viewers. We need the viewer count up. We need to keep the stream going, progressing forward. Anybody else have a take, or am I just gonna continue building this by myself? What is this goal thing? Okay. Well, I'm just gonna continue then. Okay, whatever. We're gonna put 4 armors in here because we want to rest our opponent's units so Sun Gundam can get the ability to attack them directly off, and then we're gonna include 4 Gundams into the deck because Gundam increases all of our AP across the board. Now, we are not gonna play as many Gundams as we would like because we're playing NT Gundams and we're not trying to be as aggressive as possible. So NT Gundam is the main powerhouse card of the deck here because NT Gundam, especially in the current set, it's gonna generate us a lot of value. Why does it not show up here? There it is. 4 NT1 Gundams. These are basically show resolves, right? So now we got Amuro, we got that, we got 4. Then we have Gundam here, just to build early game value. I don't even know if I really want to include this, but I'm going to at the moment because, yeah, I don't know. We'll play less Psycho. We'll play Gundam. We'll play NT Gundam. And honestly, you know what? Maybe I don't even want to play Gundam. Maybe I want to play Mikazuki. Actually sounds pretty nice to play some Mikazukis in here instead. Now, yeah, maybe we play Mikazukis in here instead of that. Might be pretty cool. Don't need Tallgeese, don't need any of that. We're going for game. Actually, let's put Amuro back in here. Let's put him back in here for now. We'll try to build just a deck first of all, and then we'll go about it afterwards. Okay, we got NT Gundam, we got all that. We got 25 cards here. Now, I'm gonna put shows in here just because I want to show you guys how much draw power is in the game and how disgusting it is in terms of pluses, not just drawing cards, but actually pluses. We're not gonna put Banner in there, but we could if you really wanted to draw even more cards. There's some red cards in the game. We don't need to really go down Raider Gundam though, I'm gonna be honest. We need to put in a bunch of value, right? A bunch of value. So Ankh is a bunch of value. Gun Tank is also a bunch of value. White Base is a bunch of value. If we want. Now we're not gonna keep all these cards in the deck. I'm just gonna put together 50 cards quickly here. What else we got here for blue? Mostly, particularly in blue, we're looking at. And then we can add a secondary color, but I need to ask you guys what secondary color you guys actually want in the deck. Let's add 2 Mackenzie pilots. Let's add 2 of these. Just to rest more stuff. And then I don't want to include this card in the deck. I'm going to be honest. We need more units. I guess we don't really need that many more units, but it would be cool. We're not going to play Corsica bases just yet. Siege Ploy is a cool option of a one of. And then just for the sake of it right now, we're going to fill the rest of the deck with 4 Healthy Curiosities because we have 4 cards left over. Okay, now what should our secondary color be? Moment of rest to enable more rest damage. Yes, we can put that card in. I'm sure you guys want to include that in your current decks. Let's just slam 4 of these in there. Okay, let's slam 4 of those in there. And we're at 54 cards. We're obviously going to cut some stuff. We're a mid-range deck. We don't need to play as many white bases as possible. We'll include 2 bases for you guys to be more comfortable. We'll stick with 3 bases. And we've got the 10 pilots, just how you guys enjoy it. I don't think 10 is the right number, but it's very, very close. And then... yeah, but anyways, the amount of draw power in a blue deck, the amount of pluses we have currently, if you look at this, is crazy, right? We have plus from Show Resolve. We have plus from 4. We have plus from NT1 Gundam drawing as a card on pair. That's 3 different pluses. We have pluses from white base, technically. That's 4 pluses. There's, you know, almost 20 cards in the deck. As soon as you start counting Angsha and Guntanks getting us some value, or Gundam Link repairing its damage back. There's 20 different ways for us to draw cards or generate a plus advantage on our opponent, which is a ridiculous amount. And this is what I don't like about Gundam. When you look at Yu-Gi-Oh! In the old days, like GOAT format and stuff, you really didn't have a crazy amount. Like Pot of Greed was a plus. Graceful Charity was a draw 3, discard 2, so it wasn't really a plus because it was a 3-for-3 recycle. It was a new sign, basically, right? And Sakuretsu Armor, Mirror Force, and Regeki, Dark Holes, these were the ways that we would generate pluses. Harpy's Feather Duster. Talking about all the OG cards, as more people are probably familiar with than the new stuff. I'm not even familiar with the new stuff. So I don't want us to basically have infinite pluses in our decks. Okay, most moment of rest to enable more breach or rest damage. Maybe add a pinch of purple with adept. Purple giant killing. Okay, so it looks like purple is the deck that we want to be building, so let's build purple. Okay, let's remove Armor Race from the deck, or at least keep like 1. Okay, we're gonna be playing purple, so let's get rid of all these other cards we added, like moment. Let's get rid of Mackenzie. Let's get rid of white base is fine. Let's get rid of NT Gundam since we don't have Mackenzie. Let's get rid of the Gundam. And let's go blue purple, but we're not going to be playing aggro or anything like that. We're going to be building off of value. Minerva Squad is also value, but we don't need as much value. Let's go with Mika because we want to have the NT Gundam ping be going off. Right, so let's go with Mika, and then let's add in the Barbaros here for suppression as well. We're going to add 4 copies of that. Then we're going to go down. We're going to add the first form for additional drop power, Mikazuki for additional drop power, Adept for additional damage. And now we look back at this and we don't need Gundam because we're not playing that style. We don't need Amuro because we've got Mikazuki. We'll include the single Amuro because it'll be additional siege ploy. We don't want to play too many pilots in the deck, but if you consider Mikazuki is not an actual pilot, I'm actually going to reduce some of these cards from the deck actually, because you know what we're going to include? We're going to include this cool card that was introduced in the new set. Not saying it's a very good card, but I'm saying it's a cool card because it's something that can be unique for us. It's a command card. Let me find the command card. So we have this card, the alt art. It's probably what you guys are more familiar with, although we can't include alt arts here. Also, this damage control is also a card that we can include instead of unforeseen. So let's include some damage control in here. Let's include this pinging machine. card in here as well. Let's look at this carefully. So the purple card is gonna be reformation. What is this? Reformationist. Okay, Reformationist is a card that we're going to be including in here just to deal that extra 1 damage ping to both us and themselves. Obviously, it doesn't deal damage to ourselves, but it might be useful for getting our Barbados activated, and then we don't have to use Mikazuki on it, or, you know, getting our 4 to repair itself and draw us a card. But also just including that additional level of ping damage that our opponent's not going to expect to blow them out of the water. What do you think of backup card? The backup card is a cool card. I actually like backup. I think talking about like last stream, that backup was a card that I did like because it one-shots your opponent bigger units, and I did like that. Having Death Touch, obviously coming from Magic the Gathering other games, is a very strong ability. I hate that backup is only level 5 or lower. I wish it was a little bit more than that, maybe level 6 and lower, maybe level 7 and lower, right? Would be better off. So I like this card. It does ping from burst, but that's an okay thing. I think most of our cards can basically take out our opponent. The thing that I don't like about command cards is you play a command, it goes to the trash. You're -1. Then if you swing into them and you take them out, you lose your own unit, you're -2. So you have to take out a linked unit just to go even, and I'd rather not just go even. It is a good card though. I do like it. I am just not going to include it in here because we're at like 56 cards right now. So Moment of Rest, we're obviously not going to play as many of these as possible. We're not going to play Max Draw Resolves. We're going to play a single amount. I'll go even more in detail about how I'm going to be building my ratios here, but that's something Kodiak's going to learn today probably in coaching. So if you guys want to learn, like, deep dive the golden formula of deck building that no one else on this planet has access to but me because I created it, then you guys can reach out for coaching. So all the pilots are good. Moment of Rest, we're going to playtest as a 1 of. Although I do say when you're playtesting a card, include 4 of it. But we'll see what we do at the end. 2 bases is perfectly fine with us. Damage control is solid because it keeps us alive. Unforeseen incident, we know how good that card is. Siege Ploy, additional resting options. Amuro, 9th pilot. Let's delete the Siege Ploy because we know what it does. Let's put 2 Moment of Rest in here to playtest that a lot further. Then we're going to be looking at all these other units that we have. We're pretty much at 50 cards here, making sure everything is correct. Let me double check the pings we have. We have 4, 8, 12, 16, 18 pings plus Mikazuki, 22 pings. So with 22 pings, what we're going to end up doing is reducing this by 1. And actually, yeah, reducing it by 1. Or I just cut this. Let's reduce this by 1. Actually, you know, let's reduce the white base by 1 and include a 4th reformation. Let's just get rid of the white base completely and put in the 4th damage control because we get to playtest these newer cards and enjoy that. Somebody also wanted me to play Giant Killing, right? Giant Killing, I can include that in the deck. So Giant Killing, thing is, Giant Killing is going to affect the same thing that this is going to affect. Let's include a single Giant Killing as a tech card. Let's also reduce Psycho Gundam by 1 and include a second Giant Killing just to test it out. There's a deck list. That is how we came up with this. Now, the amount of value we can generate with this is insane because we have obviously human ping damage. We have tons of ways to draw cards. Like literally our boss monster draws cards. And then we have Show Resolve on top of that, just a single copy. But we can go playtest this. The reason I have Awakened Power in here is mostly because it can grab me any of these guys, which again can get me another +1 draw, +1 ping, pings from all of these cards. And again, it's a 5th copy of Barbados. So I want to include that in the deck. Currently, I do like that this card and this card both have burst card. Well, not this card, sorry. I got rid of the other card. But this card's gonna generate a burst draw 1 effect, so even more value. That's cool. Okay, let's go to Mobile Suit Arena. Sorry about my ranting, guys. I'm replying to chat and the pauses, but here we go. What do you think of backup card ping control? Yeah, it's gonna be a ping beatdown deck. And we'll be generating what, like, instead of running out of cards, we'll be generating more and more cards over our opponent because of NT Gundam and Psycho Gundam and all that. Then we don't need to play level 7 Lupus, we don't need to play level 7 anything, any of the big Justice Gundam, anything like that. We're just going to be playing beatdown. We also don't need to play the early game Amuro, aggro nonsense. Mulligan this, keep this hand. Echo, message me. Echo, I'm streaming. I'm streaming, Echo. Let me message Echo. Now, the thing to understand is when you build a deck like this, or when you build any deck in any game, you need to understand, well, are we trying to win the game through aggro? Are we going to play the gun tanks and stuff? Our strategy, our overall strategy is not to win by aggro. Our overall strategy is to win by generating a bunch of value and then overwhelming our opponent, causing them to react to us by taking out our units. Or we can just go for the throat, or we can, you know, trade with our bigger bodies towards their smaller bodies. Do I want to play the Adept here? I think I do, because I kind of want to get the ball rolling. And then I'm just going to pass the turn here. And this is an action card, right? So I can ping him anytime I want. Ultra fast. Alright. Attacking into our shields, no problem. Totally happy with that. So again, now when we do play our auctions and stuff, we're already going to get a +1. In fact, we're going to get a +2 now onto our opponent because we're going to activate this. We're going to ping this. Boom, he's gone. It's not a +1, but you guys know what I mean. Then we're going to go Angsha, ping this guy off. Play a second Angsha, ping him off. Do I need to attack his shields right now? The answer is really no. But I think I can still allow him to attack into us. He's playing red CB though. So again, this is where I'll be careful attacking into him. Because if he does link and first strike us, he'll be able to draw that card, and then he'll have the advantage, or at least stabilize. Yeah, he's playing purple, which is going to be a pain for us because, yeah, see, oh, he played Trinity on it. Michael Trinity, choose one enemy unit, deal 1 damage to it. Okay, basically useless. So we're already at, like, look how quickly we are at level 6, guys. We are already at level 6. Our entire game plan is already a go. And we can start doing a bunch of stuff here. Am I worried if he gets card advantage here or not? Not really. I don't want to take too much damage, but I guess I don't really have to play too crazily here. I kind of want to get Barbados first from out there. He has a bunch of cards. Giving any card advantage here is irrelevant. Let's not go down on shields too much. If he wants to catch up to me in terms of how much card advantage, that's fine, because I should outvalue him overall anyways. I'm going to play the Barbados here because I need to get cards out of my hand for 4 to work correctly. Ranting is what I'm here for. Don't apologize for the rants. Can be fun to listen to. Thank you very much. He just did a bunch of damage to our board. No problem. This is one of the best cards that CV has access to. It's very, very good against like the GM spam lists, which is why the more like what people would call mid-range aggro or mid-range Xeon, etc. Because I feel like they think as soon as you put a level 6 unit into your deck, you become mid-range for some reason, but you don't. Okay, do I want to generate a lot more value, or do I just want to not do that? I want to get 4 out here. I want to put the pilot onto this. And then I need to 6/6, right? He will kill me, but I have this card here, so I want to attack into this. I want to play the action card. I want to draw a card off of that. And then I'm going to go out of shields and try to finish him off, I guess. He could AoE board wipe me next turn a little bit, but it is what it is. And that's one of the problems with Gundam, right? Like, he has so many cards in his hand, but he hasn't been able to effectively play them. And that card goes to waste because nothing was active. And then he has to somehow remove all these cards. By the time he removes them, I'll be able to draw like a couple more cards from the top of my deck. If I draw a Mikazuki, I'll be able to ping this guy off, basically, or something, if they're rested, and then generate even more card to manage. Yeah, there's this card. He's gonna have to trade into me now. I'm building a purple-red Virtue blocker deck. Let me know how that goes, because I'm not all about the... Or sorry, not Virtue, but the purple guy, whatever his name is. The purple that just got a bunch of new cards in the next set, in this set. The one that like... Oh, we got that card. Okay, so we get to use Moment of Rest here to not allow him to untap this. Whether it's gonna do anything for me or not, I don't know, but it's there. RNT1 Gundam is going to die, so now I need a Link to win the game, because this is one of the best cards in CB, right? Very, very powerful. It is really powerful because it can lock people out of the game. If I play this, I will draw a card. If I get 2 units, I'll probably end up winning. So I think we go for it here. And then we play this and ping like this guy and end the turn. And then he would basically need to kill both of these, which he needs something to kill this guy with. Either a second Transam or... So he's gonna kill the smaller guy. No, he will get me. Okay, so he wins here. Unless I draw a Link next turn, which would just be lucky for me. He's not going to get a Link. Yep, I lost. So there was the Gundam if I'd kept it, but it doesn't really matter. Concede go next. Almost won that game. So right there you guys saw the power of Trans Am, right? People didn't like him as much in set, well, when he first came out, but that card is really, really powerful, and that's why I favor red purple CB over red green. Heavily favor red purple because of that Trans Am locking out of the game like that. Okay, so we are going to now mulligan. We have the thing that we want to do, but we don't have all that ping damage value. Yeah, Terria. Yeah, so Terria's Gundam, whatever it's called. I'm not a fan of the cards that they released for it. I don't understand why they released like this weird gimmick of for each of them that are in the trash, you get to do something. Reduce someone's AP. It just feels like that's not what I'm really going for. Transam is not goated because of the pure CB cards you get. Yeah, because of the red CB stuff that controls the aggro game and controls them going wide, it allows you to actually get online, and obviously it generates you more value, so the CB can stick around and do its thing. Play this, ping this, end the turn. Next turn go Adept, ping this, kill this. First form swings, draws us a card. We're gonna go +2 on him, +3 on him actually. Okay, play Local Determination. We don't really care about that. We can now do this. We can ping this, select. Do I need to attack and generate value off of this? I'm going to because I have the action card in my hand, so we'll be chill with that. Keep ending the turn. If he attacks into me, I'll use damage control. I don't need to because I can save it for other stuff, but I'm going to do it now. Keep it alive, generate us even more value. Okay, he gets to attack into us. That's fine, I can get rid of him now. Only has 2 HP left over. Too many 4s in my hand. I can either attack his shield or attack him. Attacking him does nothing for me. So I'll attack the shields here. We'll deploy the gun tank. And yeah, we'll end the turn there. So we can get first form back if we want to generate us even more cards, or we can generate a gun tank. Or the adept. Weren't you having death touch effects and Italy gain stuff off having them in your drop, which is where they assume your virtues are, I guess. Yeah, it's very weird that they like. I like the death touch aspect of it, but I don't like the other things that they gave us. Like, I just very weird. It's like I find them to give us purple cards, CV like opportunity to mill, but they didn't give us the opportunity to mill either, which is just weird. Let's attack him. Let's play this guy. Let's play 4 onto this. Let's end the turn. If he wants to spend a resource to killing my gun tank, I'm okay with that. This is gonna get suppression. If I can get a Psycho Gundam, that'd be dope. But probably not gonna get it. Yeah. Let's kill this. Let's bring back the... Do I want to draw power here? Yeah, I feel like I could have gone for the draw power, but again, he needs to have an answer to kill my guy, which doesn't look like he does, so. Okay, he did get a Trinity CB trait, so he can go take it out now. Again, he's running out of cards. We're not really running out of cards. We have Angsha stuff. Play this. Do I want to put a 4 onto it? Not really. So the last game we barely lost, and some people in the Gundam community think that mid-range truly isn't really a thing in Gundam. There's probably various reasons why they think so, but I think it's definitely a thing. %, a thing. I don't know why I'm going for suppression here, but I am just because why not? Why not just go for it, you know? Not really a tournament game or anything. And mid-range has been a thing since GD01. It's just been that mid-range hasn't been able to obviously beat the most toxic blocker decks, and hasn't been able to beat the super aggro decks. And that's mostly because people didn't understand that burst decks are a thing. Let's kill this. Let's end the turn. Hopefully we draw a Psycho Gundam Link and just win. If we lose another game because we don't draw a Link, it would be crazy. And here's one of those instances where units win games, not command cards. So Won that one. 30 viewers in chat. Let's go. Welcome in, everybody. Who are my top fans today? We got Kodiak with 125 XP. We got Draken with 100. We got Running with 75. And then Io, Spagabond, and Dandel. Control, Battle, Skin Tag. And then we got some people at 50. And then a bunch of you guys at 25. Excellent. I don't know how this thing works, but I just look at it. So what do you guys think of this deck so far? We just played 2 games. One of them was a very, close loss for us, only because of a unique card that exists in the game and not drawing a link. If we had waited, which I was thinking of doing, we could have done it. It was a heads or tails situation, basically. So this is how mid-range decks are supposed to work, like literally generating value on value on value. And again, this is not even a perfect version of it. This is just the one that we came up with on stream. And yeah, I'm using it right now to try. Awesome, Silvic. There's a delay on stream. Maybe I can change that. Maybe we should have a 0 delay stream. I don't know if I can do that on here right now, actually. We'll not mess with it right now. Let me scroll back up. Yeah, Barbara's first and fourth form, yes sir, because fourth form is strong with suppression. And first form is obviously your card advantage. Let's play another game of this. Probably not the hand I want to keep, because I need to have my win condition, and the win condition is to have like NT Gundam, Psycho and stuff, so I'm gonna mulligan this way. Look at that, I drew them both. I'm definitely looking forward to when MAFT gets more support, because I do like the Gundams in that show in Hathaway. And I do think they can do some interesting stuff with it once they actually release like a second starter deck or like a whole booster box that supports it, like they did with Titans. Troopers to be exact. Me and my friend just got done watching Gundam G-Quacks. We both went to build decks with it. CV will always be my baby. I am eyeing Red, Green, Neo's Young, your heart with Nyan and Char. Yes, sir. G-Quacks is such a great series. Like, oh my god. Like, I liked G-Quacks a lot. And then when you play the clan deck, it makes sense after you watch the show how, like, the whole clan deck works. I don't know how a pure clan deck holds up. I see a lot of coverage of that deck and more. Yeah, probably the reason why you don't see a lot of coverage of the clan deck is because a lot of people that are playing that refuse to play my variant of it or experiment with it, and they're still gun-ho that to play clan you must play your early game units, you must play Red Gundam, and that's just not true, really. And so, yeah, they're just not, I guess, like, too happy with everything. Do I care about losing shields right now? Not really, right? I don't really care about losing shields. I don't care about generating value off of that. Did win Anime of the Year in Japan? I think it did. I don't actually know though. But the music and animation, yeah, it's amazing. The music is so spot on in that show. It makes you feel so like connected. It's a short series too. It's like so perfect. The storyline and how they did everything, I really, really enjoyed it. So I think Clan is still a good deck. People just need to be better at playing it. I think you can, like I was saying earlier in the stream, you can very much mix it up how you want. So you can mix it up how you want to go about it. You don't have to play pure Clan. They haven't given us any new support for Clan, unfortunately. I was really hoping for something, but they keep releasing these like Xeon cards that are not very good. Just cause. Okay, we can play the NT Gundam and do the thing now, which is cool. Here's our value. Mikazuki first. And then draw a card. Do I need to attack with this card? Not really, but I'm going to attack him in case he wants to get rid of it somehow, I guess. I don't really care because I have Angsha and stuff. Deter him from hitting my shields. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to attack anyways. This is an academy. Yes, Stella, this is not academy. I like a Clan burst deck, coach, but my luck keeps my shields empty on burst. I agree with you that 100% can happen. But remember, in the Clan deck now, you can play the new CB red card, the Red Exia, level 3/2 cost 2/1, ping 2 damage, to help you against aggro in particular, which means you can actually play less burst cards if you wanted to, but also play all the burst cards and also have this extra Exia to basically be their close combat from your hand, and it will stop aggro in its steps a lot more. It's pretty strong. You whiff more often. Psychologically, people don't like that. Yeah, one of those Clan things is that you whiff more often. Honestly, like, the thing that I tell people about the Clan deck is that the Clan deck was not made to, like, people think you're reliant on the burst 24/7. You're not reliant on the burst, right? The burst is there as extra, and is particularly there purposefully to counter aggro decks, because you have no chance, you can't play additional cards. So we are going to utilize the burst to we're gonna utilize the burst to try and slow aggro down and give us an actual chance to win the game. That's the real reason it's there. So don't rely on the burst too heavily. Learn to manipulate it. That's kind of it. Do I want to play the Adept? Not really. I'm trying to build up a bunch of value. I don't really care about going too crazy. And I got 4 next turn, so we're pretty happy where we are. To be fair, I don't know if Clan boys can complain. OG Wing fans are starving. I agree with you, man. Wing fans are starving, man. I need more cards. And unfortunately, I think that GD05 is also not going to give us more cards. It's going to give us, like, fucking dessert, right? We're gonna get that dessert. We just don't know how good that dessert is. Is it our favorite ice cream flavor, or is it a piece of candy, or is it the worst flavor that we don't enjoy, right? We don't know what level of dessert it is, so we're just kind of stuck looking forward to something that we probably shouldn't be, which is why I'm more excited for the SD Gundam stuff. In particular, I have a lot of stuff here. I want him to block me. Can this guy block me, please? I want that suppression hit to go through so we can start winning the game here. Come on, my guy. Selecting blocker. He will not select a blocker. Close combat. What does he want to close combat? My dude. Okay, no problem. To be fair, the fact Z and double Z are barely represented is also kind of odd to me. Yeah, I think double Z and Zeta are coming out in GD06, right? GD06 is when that is gonna be released and is gonna be hitting the shelves. From what I remember. Let's get suppression hit in. So this is what I was talking about when I'm talking about like mid-range or level 6 units in my video. Was when you play level 6 and you play like these beaters, especially, your opponent doesn't have time to play a base, or they favor playing units over playing a base. So you can really get the suppression hit in. Also, they're probably going to be too busy trading with you and trying to worry about how to get rid of your threats, that it allows you to go for the suppression hit and build up that tempo in terms of how close you are to closing out the game. And so him and me are probably never going to be able to use up all of our cards in our hand. I mean, maybe me, but I don't know about him. Let's hit him with the damage control, baby. This card is so sick. I really wish it had an alt art, because a damage control alt art, I mean, honestly, just this card in itself was like a full foiled alt art would be sick. I would love to have it. One of the best cards in purple. Really, really good. Especially people in the newer sets are not going to realize it. Like, they're not going to think of unforeseen incident just like they didn't in the earlier sets. And so you can really going to catch a lot of people off guard with damage control. One of the benefits of damage control is that it reduces battle damage. It does not reduce AP. So against Death Scythe and stuff like that, it's going to still do its job. Is he gonna link? No, he's not gonna link. What can we get? Amuro? No. Okay. Well, I don't want to lose that, so let's play 4 here. Let's swing at him, and oh, I should have played the Adept first and healed. My bad. Misplay. Yeah, we're gonna end our turn here because I'm not losing my Barbados. Thank you, Sella. Suppression G-Quux helps with ping setup. To be fair, I don't know if Clan Boys can complain. Level 6 card spotted. Yes, Matthew. Yes, sir. Double level 6s. Whenever I play my friend, it always feels like he has close combat and improved technique. In the shield area, you mean? Yeah. Would damage control be good in the Lupus Mill deck? How would you modify your Lupus deck? Damage control is good in anything that's kind of go toe-to-toe with your opponent. In the Lupus deck, it's not as important because once Lupus does his job, he's not really needed, so he can die, and you sometimes have a second Lupus. You also don't have a lot of cards in your hand, so if you start using damage control to, you know, act as like a fatal strike, keep your guys alive, you're not playing bodies, and you need bodies to win. And number 2, you need bodies to you need bodies to be able to... Oh, it's gonna kill my psych. What the hell am I doing? This is why you don't stream and play, guys. Yeah, you need bodies to power up Lupus and to yeah, basically power up Lupus and end the game. Yes, we just messed up big time twice in a row. We should have had +2 card advantage here, but we don't. And now we're running lower on cards. I can kill this thing at some point, so I'm just gonna pass. Probably gonna lose this game because Minerva Squad has infinite cards, so I can't really get over this as I've lost like multiple of my... I misplayed twice, like big blunders. And how would I modify the Lupus deck? We didn't get any Lupus support in the next set, so there's not much to modify. The entire strategy was mill as fast as you can, mill as much as you can, number 2. Well, mill as much as you can, number 1, and then mill as fast as you can, number 2. And then after that, it was get Lupus on the board, blow up your opponent's side, and unless we get a card like Soul Release from Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you can literally mill the top 5 cards of your deck, we don't have too much play. Do I care about him attacking me? I probably do, right? I probably need to stall the game out a bit here. Let's just stun lock this guy. Let's pass the turn. Maru is my Cosmic Era girl. I don't know who that is. Yeah, so I don't really modify the Lupus deck too much. If you go back to my decks, and I have my Lupus deck here, it's never Lupus. There's not much modification. It's literally stuck the same. Literally the same. If you want to play Shore of Resolve or Overflowing, you can run a few of those. But yeah, there's nothing to change. We didn't get any new cards. And anything that you can or could change was from the previous sets. And you can kind of just watch my Lupus video where I cover every single card. Option. We don't even need to play Minerva or anything like that. Because we want, again, the difference between my Lupus deck and others is that I'm playing, you know, what is this? 32 Lupus units. Or Lupus cards that charge of Lupus, basically. So yeah, we're trying to play as much good stuff as we can. Ugh, we're about to die. Alright, let's attack into him. He has to block me. And then we need a link to win the game, basically, or we lose. End the turn, find a pilot, win the game. Don't find a pilot, lose the game. And of course, if he gets another blocker, then we just concede. We should have won this game already, though. If we had just not done those misplays, we would have 2 more cards in our hand, and we would have won. And he would have already been dead with no shields left. So, yeah. Minerva instead of Hacharubi. No, we don't want to play Minerva in here. The entire point of Lupus is to have as many of these Taiwa's Tekkadan cards as possible. So, as soon as you start putting Minerva Squad into this deck, there's no reason to play Lupus. Like, really. You can kind of just stick with... You can take out... If you take out Lupus from the deck, and then take out, like, the mill parts, you can... Or keep some of the mill, but if you take out the this guy, like the Grace Custom, and this guy, you can then put in the Minerva Squad and play full Barbados Minerva list. Because Minerva just generates you the ability to go wide, which is really good. I'm pretty sure I'm dead, right? Unless I draw an... No, Anti-Gundam won't save me either. Yeah, I'm dead. Okay, we don't need to play this out. I won this game, I won the other game too, but again, streaming and playing equals misplays. Okay, yeah, let's take another drink of my water. Not my water, my Starbucks. I like idea, but I want to build Galahorn. And Bandai had decided that they aren't allowed to get any good cards. We built a Galahorn deck on stream a couple streams ago. Where is this? Galahorn Minerva Squad. I don't know if you were here for that. I don't think you were here for that. So yeah, like I like Galahorn. I think you should be picking up all the altars, especially if you're a Galahorn fan. But I don't know what the hell is wrong with Bandai giving us like 25% of a deck and then leaving everything else to dry. Like, it's like, what the hell are we doing, right? Like, CB, the entire CB was designed around red as the base of your deck. And they gave us the other two parts that are not meant to be played together. And then they said, okay, here's the red part now. Afterwards, it's like, what the hell? Like, give us the red first and then give us the other stuff. Like, why are we waiting? Like, Wings waiting God knows how long. Academy had to wait a year to get something, and it wasn't even to upgrade the white part. It was just a completely new other half of Academy, which means if there's a third color of Academy coming out in, I don't know, purple or something, then all of a sudden it's going to be like, okay, now Purple Academy is the best part of Academy, and then you can combo it with the other two colors like CB does. So here's the Galahorn deck that we kind of had, just why not? It wasn't anything too crazy. And this is also before GD04, I believe, so we can actually include GD04 cards now. It's huge probability because they know it keeps those players interested in waiting. I mean, yeah, I'm sure they've went through the whole plan of how can we make the most money and all that bullshit. But I'm gonna be real. Like, look at Digimon. Digimon has 0 content on YouTube, right? So like, now Gundam doesn't have leaders because Gundam doesn't have, well, yeah, Gundam doesn't have leaders and stuff. Gundam is very poorly designed in the, there's no fail-safe system in the shield area as much as there is in Union Arena, which is a complete scam of a game. And One Piece and Digimon also have better safety, and Gundam doesn't have that. We just kind of get run over, so I don't know what they're gonna do. If they introduce like too much shield guard or shield burst effects, then the game's gonna turn into Union Arena, which is complete nonsense. And one of the reasons why I like Digimon a bit more is because there's counterplay like jamming and having higher attack power to do something, and which can be very, very good. Thank you. Galahorn and AEU seem to have 0 online rep, which I don't blame. We have Gerham and no Bushido feels bad. Yeah, even the Gerham deck is like whack. And look at the new card that they printed for Gerham, right? The new card list. Super, like this card that they printed, I don't know why they printed us a card that only works against if your enemy is a CB, and then number 2, it can reset itself. But it's like, man, like they could do better. I mean, I also don't like that just because it's not an LR, it doesn't have the same power level as an LR. And if this thing was an uncommon, it would be like have no burst ability. If it was like a common, it would basically have no abilities at all. It would be ridiculous, depressing. Digimon was in a much better place at this stage of the game than Gundam is right now. Yeah, David, I heard you on your stream talking about how Digimon had way more consistency and stuff and was better at the beginning than Gundam is, and it's been like a year for Gundam now, and I don't see things changing at least until maybe those next 4 star decks come out, and maybe not even then. So pretty much waiting till next year for Gundam to hopefully change for the better. For sure, for sure. I don't like the idea of splitting archetypes into 2 different colors and calling them a complete package, since the colors themselves aren't treated as complete in one color. Not sure if that explains it right. Yeah, I don't like them splitting the colors up like they did with Academy. I want White Academy to do its generic main thing, and I want Red Academy or Blue Academy to do its own thing. And if they even go down those roads, I also don't want every single person to have access to every single color. That just doesn't feel right to me. Like, I don't want wing cards to be in all 5 colors. That's just, I hate that. I also don't like, at least in Digimon you can play cards that are not, where you can mix up the colors, play the Digimons however you want. In Gundam you're just stuck playing 2 colors and you can't mix and match anything at all. Frontier Tamers was a really early hiccup. That was basically a tier 0 deck. Same thing happened with One Piece. Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about tier 0 decks. I mean, tier 0 is just aggro. I'm worried about how those decks became the tier 0 because they can't even fix the problem unless they ban a fundamental rule of deck building, which is, right, they need to change the basic rules of Gundam to change the game. Do you think they're the perfect TCG or perfectly designed? There's an old TCG called Ophidian I used to play. Perfect TCG, I talked about it earlier. Like, Magic the Gathering had the best rule set and design space for a very controlled environment, and they had a philosophy of like mana cost to like ability, etc., right? Was very, very balanced stuff, a lot more control. But Yu-Gi-Oh is still going to be my #1 game, period, because it allows you to customize your decks completely, allows you to do so many things, and the play pattern or the level that you need to be at Yu-Gi-Oh is way, way, way higher. And so it is a real competitive card game like you would consider like chess. People would say chess is very boring, right? And all this stuff, but actually chess is very hard and complicated once you get to try and climb higher and higher levels, and so much depth you can go into it. And so Yu-Gi-Oh, I always tell people, is a battle of 2 wizards or mages, and people say that the game is over in like a turn or something, but they're both trying to chant spells and kill each other, and a wizard is going to get one shot if he gets hit by any spell. It doesn't matter what it is most of the time. And so that's what Yu-Gi-Oh is. We're both launching spells at each other, and we're going to basically get incinerated the second we mess up. And there's a lot more punishment. In Magic the Gathering, there's less punishment, more control, and that's basically the biggest design difference, is that people can get into Magic easier and understand what's going on, just like Gundam, Hearthstone, etc., because the amount of resources you have equals what you can do. In Yu-Gi-Oh, you can do everything you want, so you have to understand the play patterns completely and be a much top tier player, and all that. But I think Yu-Gi-Oh is the best TCG, for sure. And then the design of Magic the Gathering is excellent, is very well designed for like a starting point. Excited for GD05. A few decks are monocolor, and that is again by design encouraging you to mix colors. Yep, I like how Digimon did the color thing to where Tamers are restricted which options you could use. Yes, I like that too. G Gundam EU and CCA lineup for GD05. Yeah, the GD05 is going to be split among many, many things. Same Digimon had a lot of good ideas, and guardrails, even the memory system as a resource system. Yeah, I really liked Digimon's memory system. That was a big, like, I really, really like their memory system. I'll have to check Yu-Gi-Oh! My wife has binders and binders of all the OG cards, but neither of us played. Been playing Magic since '94. Yeah, I mean, I want to go into modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't check out modern Yu-Gi-Oh! But you can play Master Duel, right? Get into Master Duel, play some Yu-Gi-Oh! But the basis that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is built upon of playing any cards you want, special summons, combos, all this stuff, and extremely in-depth decision making that could go 3-4 turns deep, and having the opportunity to counterplay your opponent. If you want something that is closer and much more competitive, I would suggest checking out Riftbound, but I'm going to tell you right now, Riftbound is a expensive game if you're going to play a top tier deck, but there's again lots of craftability in Riftbound to play what you want and your favorite heroes, and you might not win a big tournament, that's not what you're set out to do, but you will be able to pick up games. I talked about Yu-Gi-Oh! By Link Era. I compared it to playing a fighting game, either combo or to ball, or they do. Yeah, yeah. So fighting game, same thing, right? You're both on the edge. It's a very powerful game, I guess. It caused a split of audience for people who like slower games. Agreed. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rewards skill. Yes, I had a new type moment with my clan deck. I linked a unit was going at my shield. Said I feel the type of way about the shield. I played close combat, the unit attacking it. The shield was IT. I see. Yes. Yep, exactly. With the shield burst, and that's a moment that you should try to understand why you felt that way, and whether that was just your feelings going crazy. But again, a new type, right? The thing about a new type is, like, you pretty much, I mean, it's about luck and all this stuff as well. You don't make those decisions just off of like, oh, my instinct told me to do so, and I was right or wrong. You need to understand, why did your instinct tell you? Why did your body warn you about something? And kind of want to go deeper than surface level. Goats or Edison could be a fun format if modern Yu-Gi-Oh looks like hell. Yeah, don't play Goat format unless you own the cards, because Goat format, in my opinion, is bullshit. Goat format is not even a real format. Goat format is, hey, let's go back and play GD01 Gundam, where we just get our asses kicked by 1 year war all day long, or GD02 or GD03, where we get our asses kicked by Blurple. And so Goat format is not truly Goat format until they ban specific cards, aka what the hell is his name? Blacklisted Soldier, right? They need to ban Blacklisted Soldier. They need to actually have patches, and that's Goat format. If people think Goat format is Blacklisted Soldier, that's something that I don't agree with. Riftbound has my girl Misfortune. Can't be a bad game. No, Riftbound is an excellent game. Since Magic the Gathering is basically dead because they sold their souls and they're idiots, Riftbound is basically going to be the best game. They even had, I believe, a 3,000, was it 2,000 people regional just this weekend, and they have like really big prize pools, and it's very competitive. If you are a top tier Riftbound player, you will crush your opponent on any deck just like you would in Yu-Gi-Oh! The skill gap is real, but the fun is also there. It's also best of 3 with sideboard. I would play more Yu-Gi-Oh! If I could catch more local games in my area. I hear Edison was picking up in the town next over to me, and I did have a bit of fun with that. Yes, Edison is also a very fun place. There's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Formats that people do play, outside of just standard, modern, whatever you want to call it. So definitely you can try those stuff out. TCG collabs are a coming. Magic is the harbinger. TCG collabs. I mean, I don't mind TCG collabs, but Magic the Gathering sold its soul. Okay, so it destroyed the competitive scene. It ruined standard and how they were going to design cards. And Commander was a secondary format, and they turned the secondary format into their main format, essentially. So all the new cards that are printed are pushed towards Commander. And then they just said, okay, we're going to screw everything, just start printing SpongeBob cards, which is complete garbage. Magic has been defiled to the point of no return. I only play 93-94 format in pre-modern. If you're gonna look into Yu-Gi-Oh! First get Master Duel, it's free. Play on Master Duel for modern and stuff. Look at like Edison and stuff, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game. And then look at Riftbound if not Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! For like the older formats will be very cheap to get into, so that's an excellent thing, and you already know the rules. But Riftbound is newer, is concurrent. The new set's about to come out, and Riftbound is going to blow up. I mean, I already said this since day one. It's the biggest CCG probably in the game now. Not saying it's going to overtake Yu-Gi-Oh! For what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, it just can't. But Riftbound is going to be a very competitive, skillful game, and they have active bannings, restrictions, and stuff. And they are not afraid to print powerful cards, and they allow you to combo and do things and have a good time playing and executing unique strategies as well. So Riftbound's the #1 card game if someone had to say it right now, and probably will be moving forward for a while. Yeah, and the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, it also allowed you to like, yeah, you can make any decks you want pretty much with the story mode, especially now. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to playing something. What should we play? I kind of want to play a little bit of the O. Or we can play this League thing. I know David was playing League on his side. Right. Now you could include Psycho Gundam in this deck as well to generate more value. We don't need to do that. I'm putting some red in here for the mirror match essentially. And this guy's very good into aggro, counter aggro even harder, G-Fred. Let's just take this for a spin quickly and see if it is any good. It was doing perfectly okay, but it's one of those decks that might not be the best deck, you know. It's something. Yes, Ripbound has a sim. It's not official, I don't think, but yeah, it has a sim. You know, it's backed by Riot Games, so you already know that the developers are going to be very competitive, very hands-on. Gazillion dollar company, like it's gonna be crazy. I have this card already, which is sweet. This is sweet. I don't have my early game aggro cards. Okay. Still don't have my anti-aggro cards. My only issue with Ripbound is I need an Echo Legend card. Yeah, they'll print one eventually. For sure. They printed Lucian, which is my like go-to, but I didn't fully enjoy the way that he was, and I said if he was going to be strong, he'll be really, really strong, which is what is happening at the current moment. And I don't want to play Lucian if he's going to be tier 0 and then get hit or something like that, or one of the best decks in the format. I'd rather play other things, and I'm waiting for Graves, right? But I also told every single person who's getting a Ripbound who doesn't play League of Legends, because I coach League of Legends too, when the Shadow Isles heroes come out, when like Hecarim and Jorik and all these guys start coming out, that is when we're going to be in a very, very like good spot basically, and the game will change drastically. Right now we're getting Baron, Elder Dragon, all these guys, and last set we got items, right? The next set when we get enchanters and we get actual mages, like not assassin LeBlanc type, but like actual mages, control heavy like Lux from the Star Wars set and stuff, it's gonna be very, very good for us. Okay, I think the delay on my stream is like ridiculous. I think the delay on my stream is ridiculous right now because I'm already in a game and... Oh no, it's not that. Okay. My YouTube on my phone was just way back. Shout out to Ibo saying Victory Gundam was a bad draw card in our deck where you spam tokens used to make said draw work. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with Ibo Academy and what he's fully on. And I think that's like, for me, for example, when I talk about something like Zeong and I say it's broken or very, very strong, right? And I'll tell people my opinion straight up. I don't know why Ivo doesn't put his full opinions out there, and give you guys deck list day one. It's very like much hidden, while for me, I'm trying to put it out there immediately and show you guys what is up. Do I even want to play this card? I kind of want to save it. Let's just start generating some value here. I'm also like, when I first saw this thing, right? You don't have to view the 1/1 tokens as 1/1 tokens. What you can view this is just like in the Magic the Gathering terms, I guess a little bit, is what these actually are 1 damage. Okay? So if your opponent is playing aggro against you, these are actually 1 damage. They're just tokens that you can activate at any point to deal 1 damage to your opponent's rested units. So they're kind of like lingering around like mines or bombs, I guess, in the air. I guess you can kind of see here that all these parts are flying. And they're going to crash into your opponent's Gundams and then deal damage to them, which will... So basically, like, Victory Gundam and all these guys are generating you 1 ping damage, just like Blurple or Purple does, just in a different form. And it's free damage, it's free value. And if you get the other pilot out, it generates them 2 damage all of a sudden. It's very, very powerful. Yeah. I don't agree with all of Ibo's takes and stuff, if I'm saying that right. Do I want this guy to die and just trade here? It's going to generate me more value. It's going to repair, though. It's fine. I have battle aces. I have other ways to deal with this. It's 5, right? Yeah. So we can attack here. So yeah, see, this token is now just a resource for us to generate 1 damage. So again, we just spawned another 1 damage permanent that will ping something for 1 that is arrested that we can attack into, basically, is the whole gimmick here. I'm going to play this because I want to rest more of his units and get this big giant guy out of my hand. Because if we don't have any reason to make our guys blockers right now, we also don't need to generate more tokens at the moment. And they're cheaper, so we can play them later on. Yeah. Yeah, so I think like other YouTubers, especially the ones that do like win or do top nationals or regionals, whatever, this should be giving you guys day 1 deck list. This should be telling you guys, hey, this is the best card. In the community right now, I guess it's more like, hey, we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is... what we're going to do is... There's a breach, right? Yeah. What we're going to do is basically not give you the deck list day 1, not give you the information. And then some of the deck lists that he puts out are just like so much later, like when the set's like basically over. It's like, what's the point of this deck now? Right? So not like super hard flaming him or anything like that right now. But that's just what I see. That's what other people are viewing it as well. 6. Do I just want to play another card? This blocker is not really needed right now. He has a lot of cards in his hand. I'm just gonna end my turn. I don't really care. Hello, Sergeant House. So yeah, people that consider them to be very, very good at the game should be uploading their deck lists out there. And especially IBO, if he's an academy, if he's trying to help other people grow and stuff, then he should be putting out, you know, deck lists showing his results, not his results, but his like his day 1 deck list and stuff. Okay, this guy just went just crazy wide, which is like right. I misdid that, but whatever. I don't even think IBO even builds his own decks. Maybe not. Maybe not. He might not. There's a lot of players that don't build their own decks. A lot of people that, again, he's only playing purely aggro, right? That's what he is doing in Gundam, has been doing. Somebody asked me a question of like, how did he even get to top his events? And man, one of the main reasons why he did top his events is because he's playing a very, very heavy aggro deck. Essentially, that's like one of the main reasons why he why somebody would do really well at a Gundam event is because you're playing aggro. If you're playing the tier 0 deck, and again with his ban list that he said, like he screenshotted it and posted it and stuff, saying on his Twitter, like, the perfect banning, Bandai listened to me, they did the perfect ban of restricting Corsica to 2, no other changes, is the perfect, most beautiful, elegant ban ever. They're so fucking smart. And like, I think the entire community probably said, what the fuck is he on? For the most part, because like, no, we should have banned Corsica base. We should, again, now if the problem with Xeon comes about to be, then we need to basically restrict or ban Xeon now. And then all these cards are being restricted or banned when it's a fundamental problem. And this is why Garrett's video was said that banning cards is not going to make a difference. I also don't think that Amuro needs to be banned. Also, his stance on it is if you ban Amuro, then blocker decks are the best decks in the game, but that's 100% not true because a lot of mid-range decks, Ultron, Shenlong, all these things exist in the game. Academy Clan, we can actually beat blockers like very easily, at least a lot easier than we can beat aggro. So we don't have to worry about blocker decks. If somebody wants to bring all 50 blockers, I really don't care. They can lose all the time to many different builds. But because we're putting in so many cards into our decks to try and combat aggro, it makes our matchups weaker into the pure blocker decks as well, the extremes. So yeah. Dumb question, the parts tokens cannot attack the player, correct? Yes, they cannot attack the player. If they could attack the player, this deck would probably be tiers like 0 because of how many tokens you summon. So yeah. Anybody have any responses to my speech? No problem. As one more powerful cards in the game in general, I agree, Matthew. I wish we also got more powerful cards, not whatever the hell these new Unicorn Banshee modes and Unicorn Gundams are. Like, I was really hoping that, you know, Unicorn Gundam was going to be crazy powerful because he's super powerful in the show, and black holes and everything, and then Unicorn Banshee mode, everything like also powerful, but no, they're just AP reduction, little bit of extra HP, like who cares? Like, I'm not really worried about that at all. At least Neo Zeong and Double X have something to do. Yeah, I think that the Gallahorn one that reduces AP by 3 on every single person's turn is really, really good, but there's just not a lot of support for Gallahorn. I wonder how Bandai playtesters didn't see breaking the game. Because they don't playtest the game. They don't have playtesters. They do not playtest it. They just put stuff out. They played in a what do you call it? They played like, if they did playtest anything, they playtested it in a bubble and not with everything included all at once. Which is why they should hire me and pay me like 6 figures a year to make their games better. Blockers are my only kryptonite since I'm more of a greedy aggro player. Since I am more of a greedy aggro player. Yeah, I mean, someone's letting pure blockers, but we know that pure blockers don't win against aggro. Okay, this guy is like AFK, so we're gonna get this free win. Especially since the Japanese side of the game likes to be more aggressive playstyle wise. The Japanese people, yeah, they also like to play more for fun and less for like maximum. Like, they're gonna be trying to be more consistent overall than America, especially because they don't really care about, like, the cards are worth money over there, but they're not worth 1,000 USD, right? Over here in America, if the new type challenge cards were worth like $50 or $100 at most, none of us would care about going to new type challenges because there's nothing to do, and then the game would be dead because there's no reason to play Gundam because I'm gonna be honest, it's not a very like, it's not a very crazy game. I hope this guy isn't playing aggro because I'm about to put these cards to the bottom of my deck, but maybe I shouldn't. I'll keep it. Please be aggro. Please be aggro. No. Okay, we're screwed. End the turn. Kodiak, when do you want to do your coaching session today? If you even want to do it today, we don't have to. Just asking when you would like to do it. He played this guy. Let's play this. So here we go. Here's a easy way to get card advantage here. Boom, boom, attack my opponent, draw a card. Like, look how crazy this is, eh? We have 3 units on the board, and we're already drawing a +1 off of this. If he does not have an answer for our unit right here, we're going to draw an additional card on the next turn, which is, again, kind of ridiculous. We're not even going to bother attacking with this because we don't want any crazy stuff to happen from shields or lose units. Chicano Heat. What's up, coach? Do you have a deck build suggestion? I have one of each starter, 1 through 8. Trying to build a decent deck with what I got. Thanks. I think paying a card over $20 is insane, in my opinion. Paying a card over $20? I don't know what that means. What did he do? He did nothing. He actually did nothing. Let's attack him again, draw another card. He's going to choose to block it. That's fine. We already drew our card, so I don't really particularly care. Let's draw another card off of this. Boom. Draw another card. Like, look at this. We've drawn so many pluses in our hand. This is what I don't like about GD04, guys. That you get more and more cards, let's say in 3 more sets, how many actual engines or decks are going to end up with that are drawing a significant amount of cards, and how much value you can generate off of one singular link unit that can do this, like a Psycho Gundam, like the new CB stuff, like this deck. Like, what are we going to do, you know? Let's attack here because I have all range attack and stuff. What is going to happen? Like, should we be playing the game with 1,000 cards in our hand? It's absurd. Okay, this is not even counting the amount of shields that we can get. He should have probably let that through, but he didn't. Let's take out his blocker here. It's ridiculous. So my suggestion, if you have 1 through 8, if it's only the starter decks, you only have the starter decks. And you only have 1 of each starter deck. I mean, that's kind of a hard one because you only have 1 of each. If you can get a second, I don't know, 1 of each, eh? I think you could build either a Weenie Rush deck with having the limited Amuros and shards that you have, and use that. You can also yeah, I think if you play a Ailstrike Kira deck, blockers, having all that mid-range control, and then you can basically slide a secondary color in there, which I think if you're going to slide a secondary color, it would be probably, I don't want to say Wing Gundam and Hero. I think you're probably better off playing the red Sananju stuff. I think. Because the red Sinanji, you don't need a lot of it. You have full frontal. You can deploy more and more units. Generate a bunch of value off of that. This is kind of... Dude, look how many cards I have in my hand. What am I supposed to do with this? This is the problem that I'm talking about. This problem right here is why I don't... Like, look at this. If I play 2 or more of these cards... Look at this card reads. If you have 3 or more league military units in play, draw 1 card. How many cards am I going to be drawing, guys? Like, holy shit. This is stupid. Yeah, unfortunately, you're going to have to get a second starter deck. If you're gonna actually get cards from the booster boxes, then I would highly recommend that you probably just either play clan. It's relatively cheap if you build a clan deck. It's also one of the most fun decks in the game is clan. The most competitive deck, I'll be building One Year War with the inclusion of only one of the new cards from the new set being Zeong. And you're pretty much good with that. We don't need to block this card because, I mean... He messed up here, but I guess he had to do it. Whatever. So yeah. Paying over $20 a card is insane in my opinion. I mean, paying over $20 is normal if the card's good, but unfortunately in Gundam everything is worth like 2 cents. In the next hour or two, I was about to head out to eat some breakfast. Alright, Kodiak, you eat that breakfast, man. Let me know in the DMs. I see what you mean. That's one crazy card draw. Oh, snap, what is this? I've only played against online against AI on Wingtable. This is Mobile Suit Arena. Just type mobilesuitarena.com, I guess, right here, and you can play against real people on here with all the new cards from GD04 as well. So this is where everybody playtests and has a good time. And I'm just going to draw my entire deck, and... I don't know what's happening. I have no idea what's happening right now. We're just kind of like drawing our entire deck. So yeah, you guys can clip this, show it to IBO of how much draw power this deck has. I don't know. What the hell do I even want to do right now? Like I have so many cards. If we take it to 5, it doesn't kill it. We'll kill this guy because it has repair. And then we just want to flood the board. And then if I hit him for 3, he'll go to 6. It don't matter. We're good. I think SEO1 and SEO4, you get blockers, Kira, and Amuro. Yeah, any of the two can kind of combine pretty well. Unfortunately, you only have like 2 of everything. I don't think you need 4 Gundams. I think Amuro's the key thing, so you could play Amuro, you could play a Zaku deck, be very aggressive. You could play a blue-white deck to be with blockers. I think by itself, you probably just play like Clan and then just pick up some of the LRs and then you're good to go. If you're looking forward to GD04, then I would say you want to build a 1 Year War deck if you want the best deck in the game, pretty much. This card is not very good. I do not like it. So right there is exactly why I don't like GD04. And the way that the game design is kind of going, where everybody has this very, very powerful, like just like I made the level 6 video, the level 4 video pretty much would be level 4 is the like the point where your level 6 units are not going to be coming anytime soon, and your level 4 links are very, very quick to come out by turn 3 if you're going second, and having that very powerful haste impact pilot ability plus the Gundam ability. Just like Gundam Amuro. If Gundam from the starter deck was level 5, it wouldn't be as powerful, and we would have a little bit more time to react to aggro in the way that we don't right now. But because level 4, it's just very quick. And more decks get access to a very, very strong level 4 unit, like Phantom Zaku from Minerva Squad, like Victory Gundam, Atherin has it, Lock On, like all these guys have strong level 4 links. So the more decks that get it, the more decks are going to be able to compete against Gundam and these other guys, because they can link back themselves. Those cards look so much like the Air Wing from Star Fox Core Fighter. Yeah, Core Fighter, yeah. Remember when they hyped up Psycho and Epion and suddenly dropped off? I feel like that will be the same with Neo Zeong. One of the biggest problems with the Gundam is that people just keep net decking, and before my channel came out, nobody was playing with burst style decks, clan decks, like there's so many decks that I put out there, like even Lupus deck. And if you go to my comment section, people just talk shit about every single deck that I would make, pretty much, right? Even if Lupus did win a championship, even if Red White did eventually win later on, and I was saying like it's very, very strong. Even if these decks are a lot harder to play or require some amount of luck to like win 9 games in a row, which any deck does at that point. It's just all luck at that point. And we're not playing the tier 0 easy win aggro nonsense. Because people think that you have to beat aggro 10 times in a row or something. It's like, no, you don't. You have to beat it like 2 or 3 times at most. That Epion, I think, is still has something going for it. But again, Epion is a card that doesn't have a star, like it doesn't actually have support. What does this guy put on him? Link unit. He didn't put any abilities on him. Yeah, whatever. Do I want to double close combat him? Probably not really. What I want to do is play another. I'll play a 2-4 block him and then that, or I can just do one. He's gonna bounce me anyways. Whatever. Let's just see if he wants to bounce it or not. So I think Neo Zeong has play. It is strong. Will it survive aggro? Will it survive these things? I don't know. But again, like the O, for example, fell off a cliff, but that's because they were building it wrong. They were banking off Amuro Kira bullshit, which Amuro Kira are their own deck. Like they're beat down, aggressive. O is not aggressive. So you shouldn't really be pairing these things together. And I think with Neo Zeong, obviously I haven't been able to like really playtest it heavily, which we'll get to eventually. So we're gonna see how it actually ends up being, whether it ends up being good or not. But for right now, I think we don't want to just say that Neo Zeong will be not a real deck. We popped off with it last stream in one game, and I realized that I hadn't even put the Rosen Zulus in the deck in the first place. So yeah, it could drop off, but I feel like that's only because most of the community net decks every single time they go to a new type challenge. It's like, doesn't matter if the person says, oh, I'm a casual Gundam player. It's like, if you're a casual Gundam player, why are you playing Blurple at new type challenges or 1 Year War or whatever the hell the best deck in the game is, right? It's like, you want to win that badly that you're going to basically go in there and your only goal is to win because you want to win that card. And it's like, dude, if you want the card so bad, just buy it. If you're broke and you can't afford it, then like, you shouldn't be playing a broker deck and knocking other people out of the tournament because your deck is like literally just absurdly broken. Like, just play what you want to play and like try to have fun with the game if that's your goal. But then people think, oh, you shouldn't be taking it seriously at local, but you take it very seriously at new type challenge because the card is worth a lot. It's like, I get that, but again, like, you know, I have a lot of clients, and myself included. Like, I still bring Wing to my tournaments. Like, I own a lot of decks now. I still bring Wing because it's my favorite, not because I want to win the new type card that badly. I don't want to play aggro. And then when they play against me with their Blipper decks and they'll lose round 1, round 2, round 3, and they'll lose against my Wing deck when they're playing the tier 0 broken deck, like double Amuro links, and they realize I'm playing first contact and stuff, they start fucking bawling their eyes out, man. I'm casual that plays the latest win builds with an all cards. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what we're talking about. I'm almost dead here. I have like nothing in my hand. What the hell is this hand? What am I supposed to do with this? Okay, everybody, let's all pray that we can get a Neo Zeong into my hand. Me with clan, then I 3-0 them. Yes, exactly. Same thing with the clan strategy. People just don't understand the clan deck that I built could beat Epion by deck out. That's how much value clan has inside the deck. It's so much card advantage that you can just go toe to toe, and blue doesn't have a lot of card advantage. Well, it can have some, but just because it plays Show Resolve doesn't mean it has like tons. Like, there's many cards in the game that give you a +1. So we'll see when blue fully powers up. I feel like blue still is There's a lot of decks in the game that are not fully powered right now. I think blue has O, green has obviously the aggro version of Char, but also Wing Zero. Purple basically, I mean, it has suppression. That's basically it, and then red has a lot of burn. But yeah, blue has an Epion, doesn't really do too much. Blue has the O. The O takes a lot of requirements. Doesn't have a star deck out yet. We're just dead here, man. Our hand is so bad, it's not even funny. Okay, let's not play this Yong deck. Let's play the Tall Geese Academy build from my original list. You know what? Maybe I can swap these cards out for remove the white cards, put in the green cards, right? Put in the green Academy cards into the OG Tall Geese deck. You guys think that would work? Let's figure out if it would work or not. Is that all of it? Let's play these like decks. I don't know if this is gonna work or not, but we're here for it. The Neo's Young hand was brutal. Yeah, that was extremely brutal. And that's what I don't like about it. Like, if you build a deck and you're trying to play it with 50,000 white blockers, then again, it's not going to be amazing. If you're trying to play it with other things, like, level 9 is just a long ways away, man. That's the main problem with it. The level 9 really is, like, level 8 is already hard to get to as Wing Zero. Like, level 9 is even further away, and I don't think the way you don't get to level 9 by trying to generate infinite resources. You're trying to get there by generating that, skipping like one level at some point to get you closer and getting past the other ones without ramp, but with like stabilizing. So in a bit here, I'm going to be going to Coach Kodiak after he's done with breakfast. So if any of you guys are also interested in getting coached by me, my Discord name is Coach Wing Zero. The information is pinned to the chat from Stella. So everybody can say thank you, Stella. I'm going to say thank you, Stella, but yeah. But yeah, Cycling Gundam, we just played it earlier, House. I don't know if you were here for it, but we won our games, pretty much. And then it wasn't horrible, and if put in a lot more effort into it, it can actually do a lot better. Attack. Oh, why did I do that? Oh my god. That is a mistake. That's fine. I don't really need EX resources or anything. No problem, friend. Yes. There's the first strike. I don't know why I played into the all this jank here. But I want to look back at Epion. There's something there, whether it's fully there yet or not. I want to make Epion. I don't own Epion in person still. Haven't been able to buy him. Yeah, this is the problem, isn't it? Okay, we have Zex. Not exactly what I need here. Imagine playing red-green by dropping a Neo Zeong Link, and then dropping a Wing Zero on the next turn. Impossible? Yes, very amusing nonetheless. Yeah, you can definitely do it. In the Gundam community Discord, like Alien was playing Neo Zeong, and he had triple Neo Zeong on the board, and so he deployed a card. Well, he deployed the third Neo Zeong and blew up a Wing Zero that was linked immediately, and that was kind of game over. Like, you know. But yeah, it's pretty powerful. I did it on my last stream where I played I had two Neo Zeongs on the board, and I played a Goof, and the Goof it quadruple pinged because Goof and the Goof token. Pretty strong stuff. We'll see what GD05 and brings us for like these cards. And SD Gundams. And maybe Neo Zeong's gonna be very good in teams, right? We might have to think about it like that too. Maybe some of these cards are just way stronger in a teams format, and they're not exactly gonna be the best in single player. Could be a thing. Level 9 is just so late game. What am I doing here? Like, what am I actually doing? I'm just like straight up just dying. Boom, bye bye Lifrith, yeah. That's beautiful. How did I die? Oh yeah, we traded. I honestly think that the red CB stuff is so good. It's so hard to play. It's not hard to play into, but it will punish your mistakes. And it has all the options to beat aggro, which is like why I've been able to beat aggro with it every single time. It's also going to be good into the token deck if people start playing tokens. It's just like even into blocker heavy decks, if you can get multiple of the level 6 CB guys, the red Trinity ones, you can just ping the blockers significantly. Okay. Yeah, this is exactly why we need a card called Torrential Tribute or Mirror Force or Regeki, because like come on, dude. What am I supposed to do? We're just getting linked. You could pay a friend to threaten your opponent to just keep passing until you hit level 9. Yes. Of course, my opponent could also be playing Neo Zeong, and then we'll just both hate our lives. I don't even have enough resources for any of this stuff. There are some new blue blockers. Make Epion could use them as support. I don't think Epion needs blocker support. That's not what Epion really needs. It needs its second color, which is going to be red. That's something that it definitely needs. So hopefully we can get that second color out there in November, whatever. September, November, whenever it's coming out. It's going to be a beatdown deck, and the blue Epion might just be like the level 8 Epion might just be a card that just doesn't... It's just going to be complete garbage forever. It's a strong ability, but there's no way to keep it like alive, right? There's no way for us to kind of keep it going. In the purple card now, because of the new purple card, by the way, damage control, you can target your Epion to take 4 reduced damage, and then keep it going and draw a bunch of cards, but it's kind of hard. Blue, just a very strange thing. It's trying to like heal yourself, but you can't heal yourself because the game just end by like what, turn 6, I'm dead. Like the guy linked 4 times and I lost. And blockers are not very good at all against like mid-range decks. Mid-range decks blow past blockers in 2 seconds, which is a thing. Which is definitely a thing. What do I want to do here? Play some more aggro games. Where's my Mikube list? I really want to play Mikube. This guy's goated. He's very, very goated. We're not gonna play this right now though. Play the O deck again. I haven't updated this, have I? I have not upgraded this deck list yet. Is the O going to be good enough in the new format? That's the question. I mean, it should be, technically. Technically speaking, it should still be very good. The question is how good, and where the hell are the rest of our blue cards? Penalty Flight Form doesn't do anything for us. Where's the unicorn at? Oh no, it's not. It's in white. It's not even in blue. So unicorn, we need to bounce more cards to our opponent's hands. How do we do so? We basically remove... Well, I still want to keep the Siege Ploy in here. ×2. Let's play once. I like Siege Ploy so much. Let's, Overflowing Affection is a card that I don't really need to play. Let's remove it. Let's put in the new bounce card called Graceful. Grace. Let's put 2 of those in there. Kusanagi, Witch and the Bride. Do we need to play Witch and the Bride? If people are playing Banshee mode, then yes we do. It's one of our counters against them, is these cards right here. We have a bunch of bounce spells, rest spells, too many command cards. Kusanagi can be taken out of the deck to give us more graceful demeanors. Could be cool, could be cool. Let's run 4 of those. I don't like Short Resolve at all too much, I'm going to be honest. Oh yeah, let's reduce Raider Gundam. Let's up the unforeseen count to 4. Let's reduce Rick Diaz. Let's keep Rick Diaz. Let's reduce, yeah, Rick Diaz. Reduce Raider Gundam. Let's play the Bullet. Silver Bullet card. Doesn't have repair, but that's fine. A lot of command cards. A lot of command cards. Maybe the show result can just be cut. Witch and the Bride. I think it's going to be removed from the deck, I'm going to be honest. Let's play the third Silver Bullet. No, let's play the third rig. Oh, actually perfectly. We need flat. Let's put one of those in there. And then we're pretty much good here. Copy deck list. Mobile suit. I still think O is like one of the most fun decks in the game. Because it has a strategy it's trying to employ. And then it does it. And then you kind of just win. So I very much think that the O is one of the most fun decks in the game. It just feels right. You know, you feel more grounded when you're watching a movie that refers to things that exist in the current day and age than you do something that you just can't comprehend fully. We drew a Bandager Link. I'm very happy with that. We're a Singer blocker deck, so there's nothing to rush into. We'll play the Lifrith, because why not? I didn't play Minerva Squad today, actually. I probably should have played some Minerva Squad. But I guess we did that whole, like, hour-long talk / build of the Psycho Gundam deck that was interrupted multiple times. This guy just played a bunch of blockers. I don't even care about that at all. We're going to play this card. We're going to throw a Bandager onto it. We don't want to get run over too much, so we're going to attack him and then see what he wants to do while holding Unforeseen in our hand. Slow him down a bit because we don't want to get one shot. We want him to trade and we want to use up our cards from our hand, which we have a ton of. Do I want him to come towards me? Not really. Tallgeese token. Well, I'm gonna be bouncing his Tallgeese in the Striker pack, which is good. This guy just swinging a Gundam into it. I could save the Unforeseen for a later stage, but I think there's 4 copies in this deck of Unforeseen. Yeah, so I'm just gonna draw more, and I don't really want to like have a bunch in my hand. When Epion gets a bunch of like support, I mean, I'm gonna be here for it all day for sure. Any wing stuff, I'm gonna be here for it. Academy, Clan, Hathaway. Haven't done a Penelope stuff, but I'm gonna be here for pretty much everything. I'm like a very much of a. I like to play everything. He's going after my shields. I mean, whatever. I don't care. Does he understand that I'm playing an O deck? Gundam Amuro for the 100th time. Will it matter? No, because Banner Lynx and Zex are the best pilots in the game. Somebody was like, I think somebody was commenting the other day about, imagine if every single pilot you played, you drew a card, like just like Digimon. I don't know if it was David or not. Somebody was like, I think it was David actually talking. If no, it wasn't David, it was somebody else. But if you played a card, and every single time you linked a pilot, you would draw a card like Digivolving in Gundam, in Digimon. And I'm like, well, Zex and pilot, like literally Banner Lynx and Paptimus literally do that. So it's like I don't even have to imagine it because boom, I just did it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the strategy exists. The ability is there. People just aren't doing it for whatever reason. This guy's like super dead. Like, is there even a point? I'm playing the O deck, baby. Balance my Lifrith? Sure, buddy. Don't care. Boom, eat this. Striker pack. Don't care. Play this. Pass. Banner used to be when paired. Yeah, I remember. I think Echo told me. I was like, dude, Banner used to be when paired. Draw a card. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's like so broken, man. It was so broken, and then they didn't change Amuro. They didn't change Kira. Like, come on, guys. You think Amuro is gonna be piloting the unicorn or whatever other like mega things? He's probably gonna die. Let's be real. Or like piloting the Wing Zero. Yeah, right, bro. He's gonna be cooked. Okay, this guy just quit the game. He's done. He knows he's lost. Everyone was like, oh yeah, plus a pilot and a draw card, say less in beta. It's crazy that they said that in beta, but then as soon as the real game came out, people just like stop doing that, I guess, or something. Like, it's so weird. Like, I don't know what they were like thinking exactly. Because like realistically, if you look at a pilot, what makes a pilot better than the other ones? It's that, hey, Bandai is telling us a level 5 pilot is stronger than a level 4 pilot. Like, and then it's like, okay, by being level 5, you're getting a stat boost, but on top of that, you're also getting like this powerful ability, and basically almost every single level 5 pilot, number one, the stats alone are usually good enough to make them like played. Number two, they have a very unique or powerful effect of drawing a card, or like full frontal literally deploys a unit for free. It's like +3, +4. It's crazy. And then Stiletta is the only one that's weird because it gets you EX resource, but you're again trying to use that because your other cards are powerful. We just need like a lot more Academy cards. That deck is missing. It's missing so much, man. Like, I could design a bunch of cards right now and just be like, yo, these are the cards we need. Please make them. It's crazy stuff. My fiance is messaging me. I guess maybe like drinks and chillers. Silver Bullet, best card from GD04? Mario asks. Definitely not the best card. Definitely not the best card. Silver Bullet is a annoying card when you're trying to interact with it because it's a hate card essentially. But most of the time when you're playing Gundam, you're just smashing your Gundam into your opponent's face and they need to block you, just like Ale Strike. And when you block, Silver Bullet just dies. So it very much is a Silver Bullet, right? It's very much a Silver Bullet. It is a Silver Bullet against Red in particular. And if you're playing a Red Burn deck, you're going to, yeah, feel like Silver Bullet's very good. But you're going to play into anything else, and Silver Bullet is going to get run over and just be a 4/4 vanilla blocker. So it's not the best card in the set, no way. But it is a good hate card, just like, yeah, it's just a good hate card. Just because it has a blocker tag, it makes it actually more useful. If the card does not have blocker on it, it would be significantly less played. When I tested yesterday, I ended up using EX resource to refresh with Green Stiletta a decent bit actually. It was just 3 games though. Yeah, she does come up. You do get to use all the Academy stuff. I think the first time I was streaming and playing the GD04 Academy stuff on stream, you guys got to see all those combos. I believe it was the last stream I did. You guys got to see some of those combos that you could do with it. And there's a bunch of like different ones that happen in different ways. Man, the O deck is like fun, man. The O deck is just, it's just fun. Luckily, I own all the O alt arts. I'm missing one masala, which I will pick up as soon as I can to complete my playset. And then Graceful Demeanor, I'm not going to be buying for all the arts of this card unless it's like significantly cheap. In fact, I'm not trying to buy any cards for the next 3 months at all. For GD05, GD06, I'm pretty much not going to be buying anything because I'm going to get married, so I'm not really going to be around for all that jazz. Do I want to keep this card? I mean, I have the one thing. I have 2 striker packs, so I don't really want the striker packs. Too many blockers. I don't really feel like it. Worst hand, but I have the unicorn now. I just need Bandager, and I'm pretty much good to go. Again, most people probably won't be playing aggro, so I don't think it matters. Also, versus Blurple feels like it can easily block 3 attacker without getting pinged. Should I cut my Charizard down to a 3-of? I feel like he's slow. Your Charizard? Your Charizard? One freaking punch? Listen, Blastoise. Okay? Blastoise. That's what you need to be playing. Not this Charizard guy. If you guys are looking for proxies, by the way, you guys like to buy proxies of Etsy or just want proxies for cheaper, you guys should hit up One Freaking Punch on his YouTube channel in his comment section or something. Reach out to him because he prints proxies and it'll be cheaper than Etsy. So if you guys want anything custom printed or resources, or you don't want to pay like $100 for a playset and want to pay a lot less, then reach out to One Punch. He'll print you proxy cards, and especially if you're getting to Digimon like Stella, don't want to buy a real deck for like whatever amount of money. You can pick up fake cards from One Punch that are pretty much like good proxies and have a good time. This card is not bad, by the way. People might be looking at this as a joke, but actually, if you want to play an aggro beatdown deck, this is a 1-cost card that comes out and is basically just a GM. And yeah, you can go very aggressive with this. Big Man Blastoise. I feel Blurple will continue into GD04 as the top meta deck. Aggro in general is not going to go down, but Blurple will lose its footing to a certain degree. Zeong is stronger. Blurple, there's a lot more counterplay to aggro, like I've been saying in GD04, but like I say, aggro doesn't just win games off the back of like rushing you down. That is his main strategy, but the other half of it is having infinite fucking cards, and that's the main problem. Having infinite cards is the real reason why aggro just refuses to lose, right? So you need to hit it on the aggro front, but also the infinite cards front. And honestly, not even on the aggro front, like hit it on the card advantage front of things, because we shouldn't be getting 10,000. Why am I playing this game? You shouldn't be getting 10,000 cards throughout the game. That is the main problem with aggro. Does One Punch have a store or website? I don't know. One Punch do have a Etsy store yet? Probably not. Do you have a website? No. But you know what he does have? He does have a YouTube channel. One Freaking Punch. You guys can go subscribe to it. You guys can also, you know, try to like poke him a bit and be like, yo, you should do a podcast with Coach. We should do a podcast about Gundam or about Ripbound or something. One Freaking Punch probably at work right now. Probably at work. But yeah, definitely hit him up if you guys like proxies, like getting EX bases and other things getting printed. All that jazz. We haven't designed it yet, but we have thought about designing a Coach SK resource set or an EX base or something, for sure. I'm going to mulligan because I hard mulligan for the unicorn. When you were back on the menu with Zeong, when you were more never left, just that 90% of the player base, as usual, skipped town to Blurpool. And you've seen at the World Championships and Japan Championships, when you were still got to top 4, still does well. Blurpool was just slightly ahead of it because of the value off the ping, countering the tokens off the Shardzoku 2 and stuff, and being way too easily accessible to gain that much value with Mikazuki and stuff. So that was the main reason, having more interaction. But with the inclusion of Zeong, Zeong generates you a bunch of value, and that is powerful, basically. Coach SKEX base / resource set, yes. Yeah, I'm just gonna chill. What is this guy doing? Dirt. I should do a goal. Okay, my goal should be that every single live stream that I do, or video, basically, that somebody should sign up for coaching with me. If that was it's like a sub goal, right? A little bit more expensive than a sub goal. It's a total amount, as usually as a streamer's sub goal, but it's a trade-off. I get money, you get coaching. Useful if one person signs up every single day. That would go a huge way. And I should maybe put that up there. Be like, somebody sign up with me. Sign up and learn the ways. All right, I'm going to. What do I want to do here? I can play a big blocker if I want. I do need to get this guy out of the way because maybe I have more starter packs in my shields. I don't want to use this Rick Diaz because I might get a bounce card. I do have to play the blocker out, and I am going to put a Path Miss onto it just to keep it around significantly longer since he can't ping me. And then we'll pass here. I could play the other Path Miss and the Rig Diaz as well, but that's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I don't care about this guy going in. Bounce card. Nope. Make sure guys, if you guys are enjoying the stream, to like and subscribe and all that good stuff so that people who see it afterwards see that the video got a lot of likes and all that jazz and are more inclined to click on it. I think I'm the most like, do you guys think I am the most like recently I am the most active YouTuber? What do you guys think? Do you think like somebody else is more active? And not in the terms of like just uploading gameplay videos, because that's just gameplay. They don't really get to give you any advice or talk or, you know, new ideas. Do you guys think I'm the most active in the Gundam community than anybody else? Or is there somebody else who's more active than me? Because then I would like to go check out their channel or all that jazz. Yeah, I'm sure everybody else has a 9-to-5 job. Unlike me, this is my job. So I'm just here goofing around with you guys. Also, there's 33 people in here. Do you guys want me to stream like video games? Are you guys interested in watching me play video games? Like maybe the Digimon game, maybe League of Legends, other things? Or should I keep these live streams to Gundam in particular? Midnight seems like an active as well. Yes, Midnight is pretty active, which is good because he's the one I would send people to go watch O gameplay when I was like, hey man, I don't really do gameplay, I don't edit my videos, I don't do any of that jazz. I'm very much just a coach who presses record and uploads one-shot videos, essentially. Information dump, talking head, the supreme yapper, as Nick calls me. Man, where are my cards here? Play a blocker out, make it a 2-4 blocker. Play this guy out. Turn. Mario, I'm here for Gundam. Yes. It'd be sick if we got our live streams up to 100 viewers, but as I found out from a lot of people that apparently my channel is still very, very niche, or very, very like not represented in the YouTube algorithm or community, I guess. And so I'm still not at the forefront of Gundam by quite a bit. So you guys are actually like the rare people who know my channel. Some people just don't even know my channel. At the regionals and other locals, my clients are telling me like they don't even see my channel all that often, which is kind of crazy. I'm cool with variety now and then. Yes. Okay. Cool. Cool. Black Abyss. Justice Gundam. Oh no, my PTSD fighting through 9 of them in over the 3 rounds. Panic. Yes. Justice Gundam, very good card. PTSD. Okay, so there's the card I was looking for the entire time. So I will use that at some point. Let's go with the O. Let's give repair to this guy. Let's swing this guy into this guy, resting this guy. I don't know what the hell I just did there, but okay, we're gonna ignore that. Okay, we did not just do that to ourselves. Again, streaming and playing the game does not equal perfect gameplay. You were in Athens? I was not in Athens, no. Just my clients, where they did like 6 and 3, 6 and 4. Or is it 7 and 3? 7 and 3 and 6 and 4 at VA. And then Stella was there. So Stella was there, yeah. 2 times was there. Think there's any hope for CB and GD04? 100% Trader Jammo. We literally have multiple streams of me playing CB and talking about it earlier today, and also like on the last stream I talked about it and built the stream where I built decks live, for sure. Red purple CB is very good, and that's what I will be playing over the red-green CB. Although I have not fully playtested red-green thoroughly, but red-purple CB has a 100% win rate into aggro so far, and it's got play into the blocker decks. So yeah. Knew the O nicknamed the Odor Roosevelt Banana Links. Okay. Okay. Hallelujah feels strong. Yeah, the Hallelujah, the red one is very, very good with his effect. I mean, I have to kill this, unfortunately. I guess I don't have to, although I should, but whatever, so be it. If we lose, we lose. I'm not really worried about it at all. I played a lot this set to some success. Really looking forward to red purple CB. Yes, red purple will be very good. You will enjoy it. Do you think Savior has a spot in a red purple deck with all these go white strategies? I don't think Savior Gundam is as good. I don't think Savior Gundam is that good of a card. I think that it does have a place now that we have access to. I'll show you right now. Okay, the card that makes everything in red see a lot more play and actually gives aggro a much tougher time is this card right here. Gundam Exia, level 3/2, cost 2/1. Okay, a lot of people are not talking about this. They're making fun of it for having 1 HP. They're saying it's whatever, right? Some of them are saying like it does what it does. This card is what makes red stand a significantly higher chance against aggro decks. And for clan, for CB, for Minerva Squad, any of these decks, if you slide in the Exia into it, you basically have a 2-for-1 trade into the aggro decks early game units. Also when you would play a Lifrith, the Lifrith would get Amuro tapped and killed. Exia literally comes in and says, no, I'm going to kill a unit for free immediately. So it's a close combat plus a dude that can trade into something. And that makes this card really good, and it gives us a much better fighting chance. So with Savior Gundam in the mix, I haven't play tested it with Savior Gundam, but when I was playing Savior Gundam, I would still get destroyed by aggro. And again, I think the biggest difference is going to be you guys might be still playtesting into Blur Pull. The only deck that you need to playtest into when you're thinking about aggro, or the tier 1 deck, whatever you want to call it, tier 0, is Zeong. Okay, blue-green Zeong is the deck that you need to beat, not Blur Pull. Blur Pull, you can beat it. There's more options to beat it nowadays. It's a little bit of a slower deck because it's trying to control you and win through value and control, and then like it aggroes you out, obviously. But the one of your war deck only has one thing. It's gonna try to aggro the hell out of you very, very quickly. That's its main job, not to Angsha gun tank you. That's just extra. And so you need to beat Zeong, okay? And Zeong gives you so many pluses that even with board wipes, you just can't beat it. So I play tested it. I've tried to play into it. It's just so hard to beat. With my wing deck, with the ramp wing, with anything that I play, with Grim Demeanor, it doesn't matter what the hell I put into the deck. It's very, very difficult, and you can beat it, but it's very hard, and that's my problem with it, is that it should not be this hard to beat an aggro deck, especially if you're making every single card in your deck equipped to counter an aggro deck. So I think Savior is it's okay. It's not great. I think it's better if you're playing a Atherin beatdown deck. So don't try to play Savior as I'm gonna board wipe, go late game. Play play it with the breach effect, right? Go really aggressive into your opponent, and then if they're trying to go a more wider than you are, you have Savior Gundam to blow up the board. So start playing GMs, go aggro, and utilize it in that sense, or play this like beat down, go wide strategy where you are aggressive, but you're not trying to weenie rush your opponent, but you are trying to be very, very aggressive with Atherin and breach effects, and then Savior Gundam has breach on top of it, but when you do get the ability off, you can actually board wipe your opponent. But your main strategy is to breach and get your opponent's shield very low. Savior would be made a lot better if they released a red Minerva card that gives you some benefit when you damage your own units. I don't want everything in the game to have damage when it, like, I just want cards to do what they want to do without having these like have 6 cards in the trash. You must be damaged. You must have a pilot. Like Gundam Exia, the only reason this card is actually good is because, like, you know, it doesn't have a requirement. Some of the times in Clan, you need, you know, Clan or even some of the other CV stuff, you really need another unit on the board to make use of it. And that kind of like makes cards less consistent. Yeah, I was thinking some Atherin Breach thing was a play, but the Force Purple thing is throwing me off. You can play purple cards as well. Let me pull up the card here. Savior, right? Yeah, so the big thing to understand about Savior Gundam is if there are 5 or more purple cards in your trash, right? Nowhere does this say you have to play Minerva. You can play Atherin, Breach, red deck, and then include 5 or more purple cards. Those can include Fatal Strikes, those can include anything you want, and you can even play the purple Tekkadan style. You can play Vagon, Vulture, whatever the hell you want, basically, and make this work, which means you can play a bunch of like 2-cost units in purple, a bunch of 1-cost units, and still do well with it. And then Savior Gundam and Atherin and MA mode are your breach effects, and you can even take it as far as including the level 4 3-cost LR of Aegis mode, where you can play. I mean, let's build this here since this is one of those like level 6 building streams. Like let's go to deck builder. I don't want to delete this. Okay, deck builder, clear. Okay, let's put up Savior, right? Let's build it around Savior. Let's build it around Atherin. Bro, I can't do this. Where is he at? Okay, we got Atherin here, and then we want more breach, more value. So like, I mean, Lock-On also has breach, but we're gonna be playing purple, so let's find the rest of this breach. Okay, I hate this. Okay, let's go down, find more breach cards, color red, delete the pilots. Okay, so what else has breach for us? I also think that dual Gundam Assault Shot is very good. Okay, I think that this card is a very good card. It's been a very good card since day 1. I really like it. We can go this, we can go this. This is all of our Atherin stuff. And then dual Gundam gives you breach, right? This is another like breach card we can kind of gather here. We can go down the whole aggro mode, and then we just need to play some purple cards now, essentially, and some of these other cards that I can't really find right now. Like this is another card we could put in the deck, but let's go find the purple cards now. When Zap unit level 4 lower, add the returning cards to the bottom of your deck. Right, use special summon. Let's just put 4 of these in here for whatever reason for now. X-ray AP is not really relevant. Let's go to purple. Find like whatever purple package you really want to use. And then we just go down here. We're like, okay, what purple package do we want to use to make ourselves better? Is the heart? Do we want to mill? Do we want to play Vagon and destroy more units and be aggressive? I mean, it has high maneuver, which is cool. Do we want to play the Minerva Squad package? Like, we don't have to, but we 100% can because it is a Zaf thing. Right? And if we're planning to play aggressive, then we can play the resting package of it. We could play civilian as well to destroy something if you want. We can play GX with Vulture, all this stuff. But Phantom Zalka is also a very like good card to just breach your, not breach, but attack into your opponent and cause a lot of problems for them with the pilot, right? Damage reduction pilot. Sword Impulse Gundam is the one that rests. So we now have access to Amuro in the deck. So now we're gonna like build the Amuro version. We could build this guy. Let's put in Fatal Strikes. Let's put in, I mean, if we really want to create the whole purple version of the deck, we can also include like Mikazuki. Right, let's just build a Mikazuki like as good of a aggro deck as possible here first. So we have all this stuff. We have this. Let's include like GMs. Now I'm not saying we should be playing this way, but I'm saying that you can play this way. Why did this like purple ordering level? Why is it showing blue cards? Thank you. Let me go down here. We add these GMs in there. This is a Vulture card. Where's the other level 2 1 cost guy? There he is. Right. 8 GMs. We don't have Guntanks and Onctas, but we can go Adept. Like this is probably gonna be a very powerful like build here. Now I'm not saying we should be going full aggro. We'll have like 7 Adepts in here and not a bunch of them. We don't know how to play this many, to be honest with you guys. But we got Amuros, we got Fatal Strikes, we got Mikazuki, ping, ping, ping. I was gonna include his pilot into the deck, but we don't have to include his pilot. Let's remove him for now. Well, that's a different style. What else do we need? We need First Form. We can put in Suppression if we really want to. Like, is this thing stupid? Or am I stupid? Tekadin. Put some of those in there. If we want to run Itsuribi, we can. This will also give us a boost in damage. People are running this, let's just run it. Don't matter. We can actually put the Breach guy back in here. Because if this guy gets pumped up, then he does his job. And then we can run this whole package that we have right here pretty well. Right, like the deck like this could work. Because it's an aggro deck, and then if you're playing the aggro mirror match, Savior Gundam will wipe your opponent's board out. You will have a good time. You still have all the aggro pieces. You still have the Pepsi, the Barbados pink cards, which is Adept, Mikazuki, and we're missing the blocker. You don't have to play the blocker. If you really wanted to, you could remove Aegis for the blocker, but Aegis is a thing, right? And then Breach will just help us close out the games as well. Basically, Savior Gundam can just replace the other new UNE red guy that people used to play. Yeah, like you could do something like this, but I mean, again, I don't like including the best package in the game into a deck just cause like I wouldn't be playing Mikazuki or Barbados, and I'll be not playing aggro. I want to keep this as mid-range as possible, so I'll be playing. Let's keep it zapped as well, just for you guys. We'll go with the Minerva squad stuff. Right, so there's going to be a well-balanced version of the deck list. Let's go with 3 of the... I think this card's so good. Impulse Gundam is very, very weak. We don't really need card advantage. We'll keep like 2 of these in there just because somebody might have a starter deck. Shin is not needed in the deck because he's basically useless. Sword Impulse is our Fatal Strike, and if we're gonna run Sword Impulse Gundam, then we don't need to run Fatal Strikes as much. Like we can just run like. Why did it log me out? What the fuck is happening? Ridiculous. 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 Okay, deck builder. Can we get back to the deck builder? It deleted everything. Anyways, you guys get the point. That deck is gone. Did it save it? Oh, it's right here. We're saved, guys. We're saved. Okay, so yeah, we don't have to play Mikazuki, all this stuff. Delete all this stuff because it's honestly kind of gay. Delete all this stuff. Delete Isarabi. Keep these cards. Then we don't need to play Adept either, and then we go with Minerva Squad. Okay, Impulse Gundam to get back Fatal Strike and be a level 3 unit, perfectly fine. And then we got the best level 4 unit we can possibly have in trying to go aggressive, which is this guy. Sword Strike for more Fatal Strike, essentially 3 of these blocker guys. We don't want to play too many higher end cards. And yeah, rest our opponent's units, breach into them, and then obviously we need to play the undamaged card called Damage Control. Why are we playing Damage Control? Because we want our breach units to stick around. Let's just play like 4 copies of that, honestly. It's 52 cards. We can reduce something. We also don't have a suppression unit. I really did wish we had a suppression unit. Unfortunately, we just don't. We also don't have bases. So to include bases, we can go Minerva Squad. This is like the best base you must run with Minerva. And then we can obviously reduce damage control if you want to. I don't really want to reduce damage control though. What I want to reduce is like other cards. Probably don't need as many of these as we want. Yeah, I think we'll include only 2 of these to attack, breach, do all that jazz. Let's keep it at 3. Let's lower the blocker down and then keep this guy around for breaching. I would definitely include more breach cards into this though, which could include the breach base actually. The Zaft base gives breach to anything that has 5 or more AP. That could be a base that we play over the Minerva stuff, since we're trying to drop bodies. This could be a interesting deck. I'm gonna be honest. This could be it, guys. Could be it. Only thing that cannot get to high enough AP is gonna be like basically, yeah, the Atherin stuff here. The Aegis mode, which has breach by itself, so we don't need to worry about that. Dual Gundam, we can't get it to 5 AP in this deck, so that card might be removed for something else that can just have innate breach. I don't know what the hell has innate breach though in red. Wersago, obviously a solid card. This guy's not gonna have it. Yeah, red doesn't have a lot of breach. Neither does purple. Attacking damage unit. If you're hitting a damage unit, this gains breach 3. Probably not. This card gives breach to something. It's okay. Rick Dom. Yeah, we pretty much just have to find a way to get this guy to 5 AP, which is basically none of these. So pretty much don't even play this card. We would need to include something else that we don't really have access to. So yeah. Yep, that is kind of it. We don't have access to suppression either, which is unfortunate. But what we do have access to actually is Awakened Power. I don't know why that's not in here yet. Resurrect our breach units, resurrect other things, and then Oh yeah, we don't even have this card in the deck either. We need 4 copies of that. Aegis Gundam. Awakened Power. Reduce Aegis down. Reduce the damage control. Okay, cool. That's the deck list. Anyways. I remember trying to build something like this before. Don't think I did well with it. Yeah, I don't know how well this deck would do, but I feel like if you're trying to build like into beating an aggro deck, I think you could keep up. I'm just not including GMs because I think it's cheating, essentially. If you include GMs, your win rate just shoots through the roof. But I think this could work, and then you might actually want to go down the other route. I personally, I want to use the other guy. If I'm being honest with you guys, I want to use the other Zaft unit because I think that this Zaft card is very, very strong, as we know from Justice Gundam or Clan. As soon as I can find it, I think Duelist Salt Shroud is a excellent card. It's an LR. It's underrated. So I think this card is very good. People just don't play it. Saber Gundam saved it. I feel like if you hit Atherin, you just lose. Atherin is there to give us breach access. Otherwise, we're just going to be dumping bodies to attack our opponent. And then trying to keep our Atherin link alive with damage control. And then utilizing this card to give our other units breach. Which is basically anything linked with a pilot. Or anything of these higher end cards by themselves. But Phantom Zaku is our main, like, big threat. Will any of the new GD04 cards help get Wing Zero out faster? Not really, no. We already have ramp decks that I built that do it pretty well. You're not going to get Wing Zero out faster because we don't have anything that ramps twice for 1 card or burst ramps 2. Yeah, but Wing Zero is still a very good card. One of the best cards in the game for sure. Alright guys, at the end of the stream, I gotta go coach Kodiak. So thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you guys enjoyed all the talks and all the random jazz like we just did with the Zaft stuff. But yeah, some ideas to play around with for now. I'll see you guys on the next one. Thanks for hanging out. If any of you guys want coaching, just message me at CoachWing0. And I appreciate you guys supporting me, being here, liking, subscribing, all that good stuff, and look forward to the next couple videos. The next video should be on CB. At least the next deck tech style video should be on CB. Yeah. Alright. Peace.